once it gets eerily quiet and all the village people and Afghans go away, the attack comes shortly after. I don't remember seeing the grenade, hearing it, thinking about it, nothing. So I said, hey, Nick, what happens when a grenade comes up here? And he said, my ass is off this roof. And I said, dude, I'm right behind you. Next thing I remember, I felt like I got hit really hard in the face. My vision was as if I was looking at a TV with no connection. It was just white and gray static. My ears were ringing extremely loud, just as they are this very moment. And the first thing I did, like any good Marine, I tried to push myself up and shake it off. And that's when I realized I could not feel any part of my arms from the shoulder down. And I first thought, okay, I'm pretty sure I was in Afghanistan. I thought maybe I got off of the roof, went on a foot patrol, stepped on an IED, and the roof is just the last thing I can remember. And those thoughts were interrupted by what I thought was my buddies messing with me and pouring warm water all over me. And that's when it clicked. It wasn't warm water. Whatever happened was causing me to profusely bleed out. That final piece of feeling the blood loss, I knew or realized very quickly that that was it, and that my final moments were upon me.
Welcome to Mic Drop, the podcast where relevancy is irrelevant and we don't give a shit about your feelings. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a distinct pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast. He spent 5 years in the United States Marine Corps as a saw gunner with Fox Company, the 2-9 Infantry. He is a Medal of Honor recipient. He is the author of You Are Worth It, a book which we will get into at length here. He is the host of the Kyle Carpenter podcast. And he essentially wrote the book on how to tote your balls around in a wheelbarrow. He actually, they were clanking in on his way in through the door today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Kyle Carpenter.
It's an honor to be here with you, Mike.
Well, the honor is all mine. I got to tell you, I've known about you for years, and I've wanted this interview to happen for a long time. So I really appreciate you taking the time to come here. It means the world to me, and I have the utmost respect for you. It's an honor to have you here. Have you drank any of the water at Camp Lejeune that we keep hearing about? Have you ever been there?
Well, if I had $1 for every time I've seen those commercials, I could probably pay out all the lawsuits.
And that's no shit. Shit's everywhere. It's fucking, it's inundating. What is your favorite childhood memory?
Favorite childhood memory? Well, one of the first ones that I remember, and also, I guess, a favorite, early on, I'm talking preschool, kindergarten, I went kind of as a class project, but on my own to Washington, D.C.
Oh, really?
And my dad was traveling for business, and he was already there, and it really kind of struck me early on, and I didn't realize how crazy it was. But my mom took me to the airport. You know, just like in the movies, they had a couple flight attendants there to kind of take me onto the plane and look after me. And I flew to D.C. by myself.
Oh, shit.
Met my dad, and kind of as a class checklist, I guess, went around and saw a bunch of the stuff in D.C. And I've always loved history, and maybe that's, you know, a significant part of kind of where it started. But going to D.C. and, you know, when you're young, most things you don't understand kind of the gravity of, but you can just tell that you're in a place that is much bigger than you.
Yeah. And
there's, you don't really know what it is, but there's a lot of important stuff and buildings around you. And, you know, then ironically, many years later, it's where I recovered and spent a lot of time. But I love DC, and it's almost incomprehensible, the amount of history and what all has gone on within those city limits since the beginning of our country and even before.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. I love that city. I've been to it a number of times, and I'm similarly awestruck with it every time I go there for all those same reasons. And there's a lot of kind of lesser known history that I find equally fascinating, that doesn't seem to get as much attention, but it is amazing how steeped for, if you compare it to, say, world history, like how short-lived of a time that city's been around. But they're like, especially as it relates to our nation's history, like that's, it's called the capital for a reason. But I'm going to take a quick break. I do want to let you guys know the way that you can support the show is to support our sponsors. I know some people don't like to hear ads, but that's how I do what I do for a living. So any support you can show for our gracious sponsors is much appreciated. And again, it does support the show. So thank you. What are the two key components for canine success? That's effective training and proper nutrition. Fueled by Team Dog brings those two components to your family and best friend. The perfect nutritional balance that results in a higher mental acuity, energy, overall vitality, and even an improved appearance. Every product you will find in my company's store was born from the battlefield and not from the boardroom. Let my life's work help you become your dog's hero. Yeah, it is amazing. I really love that city. That's cool. About how old were you then?
I'm never good with matching up age with grades and stuff like that, looking back. But, I would say kindergarten or,
flying by yourself.
I don't know. Elementary school, for sure.
Early elementary. That's wild, man. I mean, I can't even imagine, like nowadays, I don't think that would ever happen. Like you wouldn't put a kid on a plane that young by themselves, but... what's the last full book that you've read?
And I got to say, my parents love me. They didn't.
They weren't rolling the dice.
All right, we're going to put him on here and hope he just doesn't show up in D.C. But no, it was very much, with my teacher support and multiple kids had kind of already done this. And it was very much, hey, I went back and kind of told the class what I did and stuff like that. So it was a team effort. But the most recent book I read, I reread The Alchemist about a month and a half ago. And it's been many years since I read it, but it's easily one of my favorite books. And no spoiler alerts, but for anyone intrigued to read it, The Alchemist is it's a book that shows you, if you stay true to your heart and follow the path, even when you don't know exactly why or what path that is, it will lead you to not just great things and great lessons, but your purpose in life. Yeah. And the character in it is, a simple sheep herder, a farm boy, and goes on to do just incredible things around the world. And every step of the journey, he doesn't really understand why. He doesn't fully understand how he got there. But at the end of the book, it's just, it's really a full circle kind of journey about purpose. And I guess I see similarities between that book and my journey, because so much of it has been unexpected. And, you already sign up for a life of the unexpected and unknown when you join the military.
Yeah.
Whether that's what the next day of training holds, that next deployment, or unfortunately and scary, that next medevac. And so, so much of my journey has been unexpected, but I've learned through that, that if you, again, stay true to yourself and just try to keep being a good person and working hard and, believing that, what your mission is, that it will take you to places that you can't even begin to imagine and beyond.
Yeah. I'm familiar with the book. I have not read it, but it sounds pretty powerful.
It is.
What is your daily routine on a normal day in town?
Yeah, in town, that's a good emphasis because traveling and speaking a lot. But when I'm in town, I live in Charlotte, North Carolina, and my sleep schedule is about 11 to midnight to 7 every morning. And I love seeing the sunrise. That might sound, I don't know, a little emotional or deep of me right now, but
I partake in it every morning myself.
Yeah, it's amazing. Every single one is different, just like the day, and it's invigorating to see the sunrise and know that, okay, I have an entire day, not just still here on Earth, but I have an entire day to work on this or get better at that or just try to become a little better as a person. And so after watching that sunrise, although emails are like the bane of my existence, I try to just, I've realized you can't avoid them forever. They are good in the fact that they get stuff done. They keep you moving personally and professionally, and they allow for incredible connections and opportunities like this. So I try to spend at least an hour or two knocking those out. And then, I really try to make a conscious effort throughout the day to spend time thinking and trying to get into deep thought. So, whether that falls right after the emails or I roll right into a couple phone calls, essentially getting all the professional stuff out of the way. And then usually the last few hours of my day that I have by myself before my wife gets home from work, I'm spending time thinking. I'm spending time staying active. And a lot of times, walking the city, going on a bike ride, although my mom doesn't approve, riding my one wheel, all of those things. They give me time as well to think. So no matter what I'm doing, kind of thinking and, really just trying to always stay moving, and whether that's an individual day or in the big picture, always trying to stay moving, keep getting better to whatever capacity that is or whatever I'm focused on. And then, just enjoying being here and again, having another day to figure it out.
Yeah. Do you eat anything in the first few hours or first half of the day, or are you more of a faster?
I've become more of a faster. I'm a big coffee fan, so I used to make coffee right when I got up. But I listened to a really fascinating podcast a couple of months ago with Andrew Huberman, and he was talking about if you can kind of hold off on your coffee intake for that first hour to an hour and a half of the day. I forget the medical terminology, but something naturally in your body builds up. And, if you delay that coffee a little bit, it essentially gets rid of the potential of that afternoon crash or that post-coffee crash. But I have my coffee and then, I'll just grind through some work. And usually around 11 or 12, I'll eat something. But I feel like I've always ate pretty healthy, and I've always appreciated taking care of my body. But over the past year or so, I got on a meal subscription service and just 3 meals a week, but it just kind of helps with a routine. They're easy, good recipes, they're delicious. And that along with, just getting a big bucket of salad to pull out of all week and maybe a couple chicken breasts. But, overall, I'll fast to about noon and then usually have a big dinner around 7 or so.
So when was the last time you drove through a fast food joint?
Oh.
Not this morning? It's been a while?
Not this morning. Yeah. And even if I wanted to pull into Chick-fil-A, the line was probably a mile and a half long. So, but yeah, I try to stay away from fast food. I'm not knocking it. It is absolutely delicious. And if I'm in need, double cheeseburgers are my go-to on the McDonald's dollar menu. But I try to stay away from fast food.
I want to take a second to talk about something near and dear to my heart, and that is a staunch supporter of this podcast, which is Bubs Naturals. The hat sitting in front of me here on our coffee table here in the studio belonged to Glenn Doherty. His nickname was Bub. I did 2 platoons with him, and his childhood best friend and another colleague of theirs, Sean is the best friend, TJ is their colleague, started Bubs Naturals, which is a collagen and MCT oil company in Bub's or Glenn's honor. And, for me, it's an absolute honor to be sponsored by and working with a company that, was started in the honor of one of my closest friends and a guy that I went to war with. And, the Bubs brand is not only super quality, collagen powder as well as MCT oil powder, but they also give back to the Glenn Doherty Memorial Foundation. They donate proceeds from their product sales to the Glenn Doherty Memorial Foundation, which, to me just furthers, the mission set on Veterans Day. They give 100% back. So I do believe it's the best collagen on the planet. I like to mix it in with morning coffee. The MCT oil powder, the same thing. Mixes in very easy. It tastes great, and it just kind of adds everything that you want to start your day off from a brain health standpoint, from joint support, gut support. MCT oil and collagen are 2 components, especially as we age, that are integral components to health. And so to be able to work with Bubs Naturals and be able to work with them and sponsor a product that, number one, is a high quality product, and number 2 is so near and dear to my heart and to the Mic Drop podcast for who it was started for and what it stands for. It's just it's an amazing place to be. So it is Whole30 approved. It's sports certified, so you're not going to run into any problems with that. And I will say that right now they're offering 20% 20% off if you go to bubsnaturals.com and use the Mic Drop code. So I really highly encourage you to try it out, incorporate it into your day-to-day for joint health, for brain health, for cognition, for gut health, and to support an amazing organization that does a lot of things in Glenn Bub's honor. So go to bubsnaturals.com. Mic Drop is the code, 20% off. Where are you originally from? Tell me about where you grew up and your childhood, generally speaking.
I was born in a small little suburb of Jackson, Mississippi, and spent, the first 7 or 8 years of my life there maybe. And then my dad, he's in business and sales, so naturally kind of moving up the ladder within that realm, and promotions and opportunities took us to moving different places. So I spent most of my time growing up in Georgia and South Carolina, but also 4 years in Tennessee, kind of in between that.
So you got the full gamut of the South.
Yeah, always in the Southeast, which I had an amazing childhood. It was tough at times moving, and many times being that new kid at the lunch table. But I'm very, I didn't hate it at the time, but as I've gotten older and looking back, I'm thankful for those, not just moves, but that presented me an opportunity to meet and make new and more friends. And it also, I think, played into my foundation pre-military that allowed me to join the military. And again, that life of the unknown and moving around and deployments and service, that wasn't even a concern with joining the military. I didn't care where I went. I didn't care what my path had in store for me. So I very much, as I get older, see now that all of those moves and times I was forced to kind of be out of my comfort zone really, I think, helped me be much more comfortable and confident going into the military.
Yeah, I can see a resiliency that would build, no doubt about it. What did your dad do that facilitated moving so much?
He is in the poultry business. So he's a salesman, and he's worked for a few different companies, but he works for a company that provides Campbell Soup, their chicken, and Zaxby's for those of you, unfortunately, I think fortunately not on the West Coast, but those on the West Coast, I'm sorry if you don't have Zaxby's. But so he's kind of a big supplier to the big name people.
Oh, okay. And what about Mom?
Mom recently retired. She's still going 100 miles per hour, but she was an X-ray technician for her entire career, except for a few years that she took off to help raise my brothers and I was 6 when they were born, and they're twins. Oh, wow. So 3 boys. So I definitely understand that she needed that time and full focus.
Yeah. How was that growing up with twin younger brothers? You guys get along well? Yeah,
I think so. We fought a healthy amount, like all brothers do and should. But it was cool. And now hearing Mom talk about it, I don't really remember doing anything significant or consciously thinking, I got to help Mom. Probably because I was so young and maybe I just have forgotten it. But she always stands by and will tell anyone that she probably couldn't have done it without me. And now I'm getting older, seeing my friends have kids and spending more time around kids. It's really the little things, I think, just to hold the door for a mom, with a stroller. I almost said stretcher. Spent way too much time in the hospital. But, a mom with a stroller, or bending down to pick something up that they drop, or just, holding something. So I'm thankful that I could be at the age that I was when she had them to help her out. But it was great. I only ever have great memories of us moving around to different places together, but also, just seeing my little brothers grow up.
Oh, I can imagine. Did you play any sports growing up?
Oh, absolutely. Sports were an essential part of my childhood and I would say forming. But I loved and played football and baseball. I excelled at football. It came much more naturally to me. I enjoyed baseball. I still enjoy watching it, and I'm a big fan. But baseball, I really had to work at to be average. I was very fast, and I understood the game well, but I don't know if my reaction time is slacking or what, but just hitting and, some of the intricacies that come with baseball that might seem simple from an onlooker, but like golf, there's little things that take a lot of skill and a lot of repetition, like with anything in life. But baseball kind of evolved to be more of a filler in between baseball season. It would hurt my dad's heart to hear me say this because he loved baseball, played it in college. But, it kind of passed the time in the off season to get back to football.
Yeah. As far as football goes, what was your did you have a preferred position? Did you play the same one the whole time, or did you move around?
I always played some type of back. So many years it was cornerback. And now I kind of see a correlation of when everyone hit growth spurts, I moved more to carrying the ball because I was getting mossed.
Yeah.
For any of you familiar with ESPN, I started getting mossed a lot when I wasn't growing as much as all of my counterparts. So, but then my last couple of years, I played running back, which I did well at. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I would have enjoyed any position out there, but I really enjoyed the challenge of it. My team and those around me relying on how hard I ran the ball and the effort that I gave, which is everyone on the field. That's what makes a team. But I just, I enjoyed trying to make things happen for all of us.
Yeah. Are you a big Panthers fan living in Charlotte?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Home team. Went to hoping to go to a few games this season. Last couple of years I've been a little too busy, a little too ambitious, so I haven't had too many chances. But yeah, I'm a big Panthers fan.
Yeah. So growing up playing football and baseball primarily, being heavily involved in sports, at what point when you were, whether it was in high school or if it was even before, did you make that kind of decision or have that inspirational moment of wanting to join the military?
I don't know that it was a definitive moment. When I was on a church trip early on, maybe middle school, we got a few hours of free time I think we were in Gatlinburg maybe. Got a few hours to kind of walk around, and I found a shirt that just said, the classic gray tee that had Marines on it.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was the coolest thing. But not much more thought than that. Fast forward to middle to late high school, and I worked 2 summers in the chicken plant where my dad worked. And very difficult job. I was already, just because my dad's work, I was already very appreciative for the food that we had and got, and that was plentiful and on the shelves for everyone to have. But working in that facility for those 2 summers just took that to the next level and beyond. It was a very good, hard, learning field summer job. And at that summer job, I had he was essentially my boss. And he was a former infantry Marine. And anytime that I got done working, I would go sit in his office and talk to him, mostly because anyone else kind of in management was more on the office side. He ran sanitation for the whole plant, which is, you think it's just washing down the machines and, okay, all good. But when USDA is inspecting you, you can't have a speck of anything on the machines. And I mean, these shifts run for 8 hours. Then they shut down the first shift of the day. You have sanitation for, I think, 4 to 8 hours. And then you have that second night shift. And so you have birds, hundreds of thousands per shift, up to 500,000 or more a day. And so to get inspected, you obviously have to pass, because if not, that entire money field, the birds are ready to go. Second shift of the day will be delayed, if not canceled, if this isn't taken care of well. So a high responsibility job. But beyond that, when I would sit in the office with him, the way he communicated with his workers, with authority, but also as an equal, I guess you could say. He took the initiative to learn Spanish on his own to make communication more effective. He was always teaching me, whether it was survival, skills or whatever it was, he was always teaching me something He was always reading, trying to learn, and just a leader that I was exposed to that really struck me because he never had to say anything about leadership. It was just there. I could see it. I picked up on it. And it was kind of one of those, I want whatever he has. And so slowly the idea of the military kind of evolved for me. Towards the end of high school, I had pretty much decided that the military was what I was going to do. But, I brought it up to my parents, and it wasn't taken very seriously. My parents and we talked about it, and we kind of settled on, hey, try a semester of school. If you don't like it, we'll talk about it then. But I think they thought it was more just kind of a fleeting idea. And so I went to that semester of school, and I met some great friends, good experiences. I learned a little bit. But at the end of the day, I just remember sitting in class and feeling like I was out of place. Not only did I see all of these kids just uncaringly spending their parents' money and not paying attention in class and wanting to be anywhere else but class, but also at that time we were in a time of 2 conflicts, and I just didn't feel like me or my heart wanted or needed to be there. So I came home and I talked to my parents, and I think when they realized that, hey, this is really gotten a hold of him, that's when the really serious talks happened, and it was devastating for my parents, specifically my mom. And I was 18, but I could have joined and just gone and done it, but I wanted their blessing. And so for a couple of months, we talked about it. Obviously, they wanted to make sure where I was at, but they offered me anything in the world. If you need to go travel the world, if that's kind of what you're wanting to do through the military, if you want to go to a different school, whatever you want to do, like, let's try to do anything but the military.
Well, they really didn't want you to go, huh?
They didn't. And, I'm not a parent. I can't imagine it, but I understood why they were concerned, obviously. No one in my family has been in the military. And so it was just a foreign world to all of us. And I finally, I sat them down one night and I said, listen, I feel like I'm being called to do this. I feel like it's my path and purpose. And, I'm going to do it, and I want your support, and I want you behind me. And at that point, it was, bam. They've always loved and supported me, but at that moment, it was, okay, we're going to continue loving you and supporting you through that military service. And so I joined at 19, and as all Marines do, you either go to Parris Island for boot camp or Recruit Depot San Diego in California. And I joined, and I was in the DEP program, which, those of you not familiar, it's delayed entry program. Once you sign the paperwork, you have a few months to wait for that to kind of go through and wait for your slot at boot camp to open up. And I went to boot camp March of 2009 to Parris Island.
So I started dipping when I was in high school. I started with pouches, as most kids do. Ultimately, in the military, I dipped the entire time I was there. A lot of us did. One of the things about dipping is that it kind of turns into a ritual where, it's really part of the culture almost, oftentimes in the military and in a lot of fields that are that way. And one of the things, obviously, real tobacco isn't the best for you, but because of that ritual being such an ingrained part of that culture, it's something that a lot of times we miss. And even when I got out of the Navy, I still dipped for a number of years. I wish that I had had this product, Black Buffalo. It's a tobacco-free alternative that I can tell you it looks, smells, tastes, feels everything like the real thing, but there is no tobacco in it. And it's a phenomenal product. They have mint, wintergreen, blood orange, straight peach. What's cool is they've got the straight as far as the cut. They've got long cut. They've got pouches. So it's really kind of a one-stop shop for tobacco-free alternatives that way. But they also have a zero version, which has absolutely no nicotine. So you can get it with nicotine if you want the nicotine, or you can get it without nicotine if you don't. It's all food-grade ingredients, green cabbage essentially, as well as pharmaceutical-grade nicotine if that's the option that you choose. But it's just an awesome company. It's veteran started. And they're big supporters of the Mic Drop podcast. And it's a product that I stand behind and absolutely endorse. It's a great crew of guys. What's really cool about Black Buffalo is it's the look, the feel, the smell, the taste, the texture, everything the same as regular dip. And to me, that's the big thing missing from all and any other alternatives, the little pouches of nicotine or any of the other stuff that doesn't use a product that really has that same feel. It doesn't feel like you're actually dipping it. So Black Buffalo has done a masterful job at creating that same experience. The flavors are all on point. The long cut and the pouches are both just like the real thing. And again, the fact that you can get it with nicotine if you want, or you can get it completely nicotine free if you want. So again, if you're 21 years or older and you dip and you want that tobacco-free alternative, go to blackbuffalo.com and the code is MicDrop for 20% off. I wanted to take one quick step back. When you were sitting in college and you had that thought process of observing all of these other kids just kind of fucking around, basically, is that something that you feel like that you just possessed as far as that perspective, or was that something that you feel like you kind of learned or gained through time/experiences as a kid? Because very few kids at that age would think something like that.
I don't know. I don't know exactly where it came from. My mom, she would always drive me and we would kind of road trip and travel together growing up. So that might have played a part. But also when I was in high school, I signed up to go on a trip to the Dominican Republic. And it was right when I moved to South Carolina. And my move from Tennessee to South Carolina, my junior year of high school, going from a small school that everyone in the town and county went to Lexington High School, which was 2 stories and 1,200, 1,400 kids per class. I mean, that in itself was overwhelming, but I had worked 3 hard years to earn a starting spot on the football team in Tennessee. Found out probably 2 weeks before moving that I had earned that strong safety starting position.
Wow.
And so not just starting over, but doing it halfway through high school. You're on pretty much like a college team when you go to a high school that size. No one knew my name. And so I was just, I would say, in a dark, difficult place in my life. From experiences so far up until that point. And so I actually quit football, and it's the only thing I've ever quit in my life. And I absolutely loved it. I was just pretty devastated at that time. And so in kind of this low moment, I signed up for this trip. I didn't know one person. I just heard that a local church was going on a trip to Dominican Republic to build a school and hang out with the locals for a week, play soccer, things like that. And so I'm like, all right, let's do it. And so I go down there, and for the next 7 days, I hung out with and interacted with some of the happiest people and greatest people I've ever met in my life. And they lived in the bottom of a landfill, an actual landfill. There was little walking paths carved out through the trash. You get to the bottom of this landfill, and there's these little, like, makeshift, whether it's with little tin panels, trash, however they did it, these little compounds built into this landfill. And we pulled out bags of soccer balls, and the kids, I mean, you might as well have been handing them $1 million. And that trip taught me two things. The first was you don't have to be, and you're not defined by your circumstances. They didn't have a care in the world, a complaint in the world, and they were so happy. And this is their situation. The second thing it taught me or showed me was there's a whole world out there. More than I can even fathom right now, more than I've ever seen. And there are people and places so drastically different than where and how I grew up. And I think, that trip, along with having that foundation of moving everywhere growing up, and a few different things kind of played into that. So when I was sitting there in that classroom and class was going on, and again, probably 50% or more didn't care at all to be there. And then you look up, and on the TV in the classroom are troops my age, going into Iraq, getting medevaced out of Iraq, going into Afghanistan, fighting those house-to-house, street-to-street battles, and, to see the people over there as well truly suffering. There was just so much more than that space that I was in. And I don't really even know how to articulate it. I wanted and I needed more for my life.
I think it's a powerful story to hear you tell, and that perspective is both unique and absolutely appreciated. Like I said, there's so few, I would say, people, not just kids growing up. There are few people in such a sheltered society such as we live that have that kind of appreciation and perspective, which is why I ask, because it's pretty rare, especially in that in that environment. You mentioned the church and you're kind of feeling called to serve in the Marines. Growing up, were you guys churchgoers, Christians, religious? Was that a big part of your childhood?
Yeah, it was. And youth group was always fun. Even if there wasn't like a church aspect to it, just to have a bunch of like-minded, good kids and people around you, I think can be a very important, positive, and kind of structured part of growing up.
Yeah.
And so, I'm thankful that my parents did take us to church, and, whatever you believe, to believe in something bigger, believe in something positive, and, believe in kind of a purpose to emulate.
Yeah.
I think that, is important no matter how you look at it, or no matter, what religion it is. But yeah, I grew up going to church in all the states and places that we lived.
As you guys know, I am a gun advocate. I'm a 2A supporter. I have been my entire life, served in the military. I carry a gun with me pretty much everywhere. And I recently came across and became a member of USCCA, the United States Concealed Carry Association. And I want to tell you about this group because they're a phenomenal patriotic company that understands the advantages and the importance of carrying a concealed gun responsibly. One of the biggest issues, I think, with the anti-Second Amendment crowds these days is one of it's not understanding, what it takes to carry a gun and really even how they function and what it is to shoot them, but also assuming that people are carrying guns that have absolutely no idea what they're doing. What I love about USCCA is that they have 200 easy-to-understand videos that give you a lot of training. It's not just firearms training, though. It's laws that are constantly changing. It's the legalities of if you find yourself in this situation, this is what's legal, this is what isn't. It's kind of a step-by-step process that gives you advice and counsel on how to operate a concealed weapon, both within the parameters of the law and also from a morality standpoint, kind of the right way to go about it, which is a critical component. Speaking of the legality aspect, they also provide liability insurance. If you are a USCCA member and you get into a confrontation where a concealed weapon is used, they provide that insurance for that scenario, which to me is priceless. And it's also very necessary should you find yourself in that position. They have a 24/7 access network to legal providers and attorneys in whatever state that you're located in whatever area that altercation takes place in, that they assign you that person for that jurisdiction so that it's applicable with all of the statutes and laws of that area. The initial sign-up fee is as low as $29. They have different levels that you can go 1, 2, and 3 to become certified. It's a phenomenal company. If that's not enough, they also, being a card-carrying member of the USCCA, you also get 30% off brands like Sig Sauer, Galco leather holsters. I own both. I have a number of Galco leather holsters that I carry some of my Sig Sauer guns in, and so those are both two good brands, as well as a subscription to Concealed Carry magazine to keep you up to date on all things concealed carry. And then again, I want to reiterate that self-defense liability insurance, which is huge. So I think, with the state of our country and where it's at, being a responsible citizen means that should you find yourself in a position to protect others, I think you should put it on yourself to do that, and it's the right thing to do. You don't want to do that haphazardly, though. So, I don't think everybody should just go out and grab a gun and not know what they're doing. I think responsible gun owners should carry guns and use them should they find themselves in that position, and we all take it upon ourselves to be the protectors of those who cannot protect themselves. And I think the USCCA is a phenomenal organization that bridges the gap from your average everyday civilian that wants to get involved to somebody who actually can be a protector and make a positive net difference in society. So great group. I'm honored to have their sponsorship, and that's the United States Concealed Carry Association. If you go to uscca.com/mic drop, you can get this process started, become a card-carrying member, along with 650,000 other card-carrying members across the United States. Phenomenal organization. I can't say enough good things about them. I am a card-carrying member, and they're just a great organization. So again, that's uscca.com/mic drop. All right, so you, through a little bit of arm twisting, get your parents to bless you joining the military. You go to Parris, you said, Parris Island.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you show up there. From what you expected to what you experienced, was there a disparity? And were there any moments where you thought, fuck, I should have listened to my parents? Or like, what was I thinking? Or was it just like, man, this is awesome. This is what I should be doing?
A healthy mix of both of those. And the great thing about having a calling and a purpose and a mission is that if you truly believe it and if you're going to make it happen, besides just planning and preparation. There's no point in thinking about, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? What if I hit a roadblock here? What if this goes wrong? Because when you're on a true path and purpose, it doesn't matter what is in between you and that accomplishment and that victory line. So with that said, I'm thankful I was so driven, because all I cared about was joining that bigger purpose, joining the military, earning my Eagle Globe and Anchor, and becoming the best Marine that I possibly could. The downside to that is I didn't look up one thing on
what to expect.
What to expect, Parris Island, boot camp, nothing. I thought no matter what it is, I'm gonna hit it head on. And so the first serious wake-up call came about a mile or two before you get to the gate of Parris Island. So I guess because I was local in Columbia, South Carolina, that was my recruiting station. I just got on like a little 12-passenger bus with probably 3 or 4 others, and they had a contracted bus driver drive us over there. Whereas I guess, anyone pretty much to the east of the Mississippi or on the east side of the country is going to go to Parris Island, but you're going to fly in and do all these other routes. So since I was local, I'm on this bus, and we're a mile or two from the gate, and the bus driver says, okay, I'm going to need everyone to put their head down in between their legs. I'm like, well, this is not a good start.
Wait a minute. What bus is this?
Yeah. Is it too late to turn around? So we pull up to the gate, and, your mind's starting to race, and you hear the Marine, like my first active duty Marine voice that I've ever heard. And so, he sounds as to be expected. And we go onto the base, and we're driving for a little while. And later I found out that they do this. So if you were to go crazy or go AWOL and try to run away or escape or get off the island, you don't know which way is out, because it's one little windy road through the swamps back to where the Marine Corps base is. So as my heart rate is increasing, we're slowing down. Van slowing down, it comes to a stop. And something was deeply wrong with this bus driver, because I think he did this job because he enjoyed so much seeing people terrified young people. Yeah, because he's like, oh, here he comes. Oh, yeah, he looks mad. I'm like, dude, our life is about to be over, and you're just having the funniest moment of your day about this. And he was not kidding. Sure enough, the van door, and this is no exaggeration, the van door was ripped open so hard, I thought he either broke the handle or this door is just going to continue flying right off the hinges. And of course, he starts tearing into us, get off the bus. And right outside of the bus is yellow footprints. All Marines are familiar with these. Most people in the military have somewhat heard or seen something about the yellow footprints. And they're painted on the ground, and you all get out, you have your little NDOC folder, and you go and you run and you get on the footprints. And you don't really realize it, but that's the first time that you've stepped into a military uniform formation. And everyone's different. Everyone, got their own hairstyle, wore their own, the stupid ones, you'll have that 1 out of 20 that wears the Marine Corps t-shirt to boot camp thinking they're going to get like a leg up, with the drill instructors. Or the worst is when they come with already a buzzed haircut. But so you're all standing there, everyone's individual in their own way. And that's also kind of the first moment where you're starting to become, again, uniform. And you're standing outside of the administrative building where you first enter into and you start your paperwork and entrance process, because you have to do about a week of entrance paperwork and various things, gear issue, before you can even start training or before you even get your drill instructors. So outside of this building, though, it's amazing. It's really powerful. It says, through these portals, past prospects for America's finest fighting force. And I don't know if I saw that at the time. I think it was in a visit after, when I had somewhat of my bearing. And so, we go into this entrance room, and there's probably 7 or 8 drill instructors. And again, these drill instructors, their job is to receive you, to get you set up for success the next 7 days before you get your real drill instructors that are going to be with you for the next 3 months. And I learned my first lesson on paying attention to the details and instructions very quickly. First thing we did, we sit down in these desks that were probably made in the 1940s, and we get a couple of index cards, and they're telling us exactly what to write on each one. And I messed the first one up. This female drill instructor comes over, and all Marines will tell you that the female drill instructors are even scarier than the males. And she comes over, and she smacks these index cards out of my hand, and they just blow up all over the room. And so that was like my first, 20 seconds at Parris Island. But a week later, you get your 3 kill hats, which are the drill instructors that really train you and mold you into a United States Marine. And then they have a senior drill instructor who's been on the drill field for a couple of years, more in a leadership position over the drill instructors, to one, make sure they don't get too out of line, but to also, it's really amazing. So, to take civilians, people from all different background, walks of life, from all over the country and world, and to mold them and break them down and build them back up into United States Marines is very impressive. And so these 3 kill hats are the ones that kind of break you down all day. They're the ones training you from the moment the lights come on at 4 a.m. to the moment they go off at night. They're the ones that you're really scared of. And then at the end of the day, that senior drill instructor will sit you down. He'll make the kill hats go away. And for 5-10 minutes, you'll have a little school circle, and he'll say, hey, I know today was tough. He'll keep you focused on the mission, give you just enough kind of encouragement, I think, just to kind of keep you going. And he'll say, they did this because they really care. They want you to become the best human being and Marine you can. And they did this because it trains you to do this, or it will lead. This is the foundation for this later on in your career, or a later lesson you're going to learn in boot camp. And so you don't think it is. It seems chaotic. They're just beating you down all the time. You're doing all these random things. They'll make you stand there for 2 hours and hold a pencil straight up until that pencil feels like it's 1,000 pounds. Little stuff like that. You have to, when you get your tray at chow, you have to walk with 90-degree elbows. You eat, you can't look at your food. And you only get probably 30 seconds to eat. So it's not the cleanest process, but you can't look at your food. You have to kind of eat in 90-degree angles. and all these little weird things. But as boot camp goes on and you graduate and you kind of look back and you put it all together, the full picture, everything has a purpose. And it's impressive. I mean, as difficult as it was, my drill instructors and the Marine Corps leadership that I've had allow me to become that Marine that I wanted to be and that I felt destined to become. So, a lot of people or a lot of Marines, they'll associate, bad or tough times, or not negative, but just more difficult memories and moments with drill instructors, which rightfully so. But also, I always try to tell people and emphasize just the unbelievable job that they do. A lot of times they never even went home. They'd sleep in their cars in the parking lot. And to think about, a cycle or a training cycle. So the 3 months and 1 week it takes to train a platoon of Marines. At 4 a.m., the lights come on and they are screaming at the top of their lungs. Super intense. By 5 a.m., their uniforms are already soaked to the absolute last thread. And then they're on like that until the lights go out at 8:30 that night. And then now, knowing what I know, they probably prep their uniforms for the next day. They talk amongst themselves, kind of like a debrief for that day. They talk with the senior drill instructor about the next day. So, we're going to sleep at 8 or 9. They're going to sleep at 11 or 12, 1. And then lights are back on at 4 a.m. And they keep that tempo and that energy for 3.5 months, and all the way until the last hike that they do with us at the end of the Crucible, which is kind of a culminating trial and training op that if you complete it at the end of boot camp, as the sun's coming up on that 4th morning of the Crucible, your drill instructors, they're dirty, they're tired, they're soaked with sweat or rain or snow along with you. And for the first kind of human moment of boot camp, they shake your hand and they put an EGA in it and they say, well done, Marine. And it's just, I have chills right now. It's amazing. But Parris Island is like everything in life. You can't have the accomplishments and the good times without the bad. It's a great place.
As you guys know, health and fitness is a big part of my daily routine and my lifestyle. I have a number of guests that come on that that we talk about all sorts of things, health and fitness related, diet, nutrition, etc. I started taking Athletic Greens a few months ago here for that reason, is that it's a all-encompassing vitamin and mineral supplement, 75 vitamins and minerals. It's lifestyle friendly, whether you do keto, paleo, vegan. It's dairy-free, gluten-free, less than 1 gram of sugar. There's no GMOs or nasty chemicals. There's no artificial anything in it. And it's just very nutrient dense and gives you that supplementation that you need to combat cold and flu season coming up, to bolster your immune system and just help with a healthy lifestyle. Right now, the subscription, if you sign up for it, comes with a year's supply of vitamin D, which again is crucial to immune support, as well as 5 on-the-go packets with that first purchase. Whether you want to invest in your health or just supplement an already existing protocol that you have, Athletic Greens has been a phenomenal staple that I've added into my regimen, and I couldn't be happier to be working with them. If you want in on that deal, go to athleticgreens.com/mic drop. And they do a phenomenal job at all the things that health and fitness wise need to be done on a daily basis. So check them out. Go to athleticgreens.com/mic drop, and they will hook you up with that special deal. Oh, it sounds like it. It's really, it's just neat to hear you describe the process there. Do you know when they finish with one class, do they go, I mean, is it the next day they get a new one, or do they have a few days in between, or do you know?
I know that they get 2 weeks usually.
Oh, okay.
So it's a little more than a few days, which, you know, they need it, their families need it, because during a cycle, and talking to them after, like, I've stayed good buddies with 2 of my drill instructors.
Yeah.
They were at my Medal of Honor ceremony, and I've gone back to Parris Island and visited the drill instructors many times. But you know, they give a lot during those cycles, so they do get a couple weeks.
Yeah. Is it weird going back there in the position that you're in now, being, I can only assume, pretty highly revered by everybody there, with the memories of what it was like to be a fucking nobody? You know, like, there's such a disparity between going through as a private and then coming back as a Medal of Honor recipient. Like, is that a strange dichotomy? Oh,
you're exactly right. It's very strange. I don't feel any different. And I'll go as far as to say that I still get nervous around drill instructors and going back to Parris Island. But, you know, ever since joining the Marine Corps, period, and, you know, especially since receiving the Medal of Honor, I've always been extremely loved and supported by my fellow Marines.
Yeah.
So even though I do have that a little bit of nervousness, and I just feel like, you know, I'm still graduating private first class back at Parris Island, it's still a great experience to interact with the Marines, and especially the drill instructors, and tell them thank you, and just kind of kick it like normal, just back in the fleet.
Yeah. Were there any surprising or sentimental comments from your drill instructors at your Medal of Honor ceremony? I can only imagine, like, having been a SEAL instructor, the thought of, like, you know, putting somebody like you through and then that ends up happening. Like, was there any talk about that? Like, you know, if we would have known, you know, what you were going to do going through, or I'm not surprised that you did that, or like, was there any kind of back and forth that way with them?
That's a really good question. One I've never got asked, but yeah, we did have some offline conversations, and it made me very proud that they did kind of convey that they weren't surprised just because of how they remember me in boot camp.
Yeah.
You know, I always tried to give my absolute best effort early on. So when you get to boot camp, you know, you break into these platoons of roughly 60, and just like in the fleet, there is squad leaders. So for every 12 to 15 Marines, there's a Marine that's a squad leader. They do the same thing in boot camp. So the first week or so, they just put whoever there. Okay, you look athletic. You look like you're halfway trying. They put these squad leaders there. But over the next couple of weeks, they figure out who they really want to put there and who needs to be there. And you can always get, you know, that revoked. Yeah, you can always get fired. Can change in a second. But a couple weeks into it, I got put as squad leader. And that was, you know, I'm still honored by that. And that was a great and also very tough lesson in leadership. Because what they do is, so you have this squad of 15 to, depending on the influx of those coming to boot camp and, you know, where we're at in Iraq and Afghanistan at the time, you know, you can have a platoon of just 50, or if they're really trying to get max numbers through, you know, all the way up to 80. And so say I had 20 in my squad. First of all, you can't do anything right in boot camp. Even if you do it perfect, you did it the worst way it's ever been done, and you're going to get destroyed for it. And if that's just you, okay, like I messed up, I'll take the hit. I'll get punished. But again, everything has a purpose. So to lay, the expectations and kind of the framework of you as a Marine down the road in your unit, operating with everyone as one, they teach the lesson of that kind of we're all one team mentality by, if you're a squad leader and anyone in your squad messes up, has to get destroyed, do push-ups, go outside. A big thing they do is they have these little sandboxes all over Parris Island. And to no comparison, but how y'all as SEALs get tortured with sand and water, they just wait for us to get humid and sweaty, and then they make us go roll around in the sand for 5 minutes, get extra sandy, and then we have to continue the rest of the day like that. And so, whether it's that, whether it's, running that extra lap, whatever it is, if anyone in your squad has to do it, you do too, as that squad leader with them. So the whole squad can be, continuing to do their own thing, and you can be in the front of the squad bay, which is called the quarter deck. It's really just a big square kind of courtyard area that they take you to do thousands of push-ups and crunches and scream at you. But you're there with them. And if they have to do 100, you have to do 100 as their leadership. So it really taught me that, leadership is laced with risk. And if and when that risk comes to fruition, you must be prepared to bear the burden for those that you lead. So that was a really great lesson. But yeah, I don't know how I got on that, but
I was just curious from asking about the interactions with some of the drill instructors, but you answered it great.
Oh yeah. Well, I did have one funny story. So we did have good, serious conversations throughout my Medal of Honor ceremony week. But at one point, and it was one of the first days when all of my guests came in, we did a welcome reception at the Marine Corps Museum in Quantico, Virginia. And I wanted a picture of me, and I was in my blues. I did not have the medal yet, but obviously it was clearly known that I was going to be receiving it in a couple of days. And so I wanted a picture of me standing at attention and my two drill instructors pretending to destroy me again like they did back in the day.
That's awesome.
I had to beg for 10 minutes and try to convince them, like, really, I want this. It'll be funny. It's cool.
Like they felt uncomfortable doing it?
Oh, yeah. Like, no, we can't do this. Yeah, and so it was just a very funny moment where years before they would have been salivating at that opportunity. Yeah. But it's neat how everything plays out.
It is. And I think to me, what stands out with that is how well it speaks to the reverence that they have for for the Medal of Honor and the recipient process of that, and the respect that they have for you, which is really neat. You've mentioned a couple times that there's a purpose behind everything that you do. I am curious if you ever found out the reason why you can't look at your food. Did they ever explain that?
They did not explain it, but I thought about it because that's one of the few things that I didn't really get a clear reason on. And if I had to guess, I would think that when you get into the real Marine Corps and you get operating and you go to dangerous places around the world, you want to be vigilant and paying attention no matter what you're doing. So I've just chalked it up to, even while you're eating, always looking up and situational awareness. Yeah.
What if there's broken glass in your food and you don't notice it, right? And then you're not very situationally aware.
Well, I know they won't care, but yeah.
You can shit it out and deal with it. Yeah, no, I'm tracking. No, it's great stuff. I love the synopsis or the path of walking through boot camp. So from there, you graduate. Was the experience with graduation with your parents at that point? Was there kind of a transition for them to be more acceptive of what you were doing and kind of more cool with it, or was it still hard for them to kind of rationalize?
Still hard.
Yeah.
Just because, obviously I was still in the very beginning stages of my journey, and all of the, they were very proud of me. And I think it always helps, no matter what you're looking at in life, or whether it's another journey or another mission or a goal. It always makes it, I think, more legitimate when you begin to accomplish it.
Yeah.
And people can see that you're making steps to accomplish that goal, and you're making it happen. So they were very proud of me for that. But as far as the worry, I still think it was just beginning, just because, I had months of school still left and training before I even got dropped into the real Marine Corps. So, I had 4 years of kind of unknown coming my way.
Yeah. All right. So you go to infantry school after that, correct?
Yep. School of Infantry. And it is about 2.5 months. So I graduated boot camp in late July of 2009. And then I went to School of Infantry, where, again, 2.5 months. And, boot camp, molds you into that basic Marine. And you have, I would say, an overview of everything you kind of need to know going forward, from how to get your uniforms ready to basic survival, fighting, rifle or marksman skills, things like that. School of Infantry is where you deepen all of those skills. But it's important to note, after boot camp, all recruits turned Marines go to boot camp. After boot camp, all Marines that are not infantry go to a few weeks, 2, 3, 4 weeks of, I think it's called MCT, Marine Combat Training. And it's an overview of what we do in SOI. But if you're infantry, you go to School of Infantry. And there, for the next 2.5 months, it is a deep dive into everything you will need to learn and know to survive in a combat environment. And so a lot of that time is taking you out into different parts of the woods and the base, different gun ranges and all of these things. And, you learn how to do detailed range cards. You learn all the different weapon systems that you might encounter on the battlefield. You learn, some history and things like that to add to the overall, wholefulness of you as a Marine. But a lot of it is just, hey, we're going out for 2 weeks and you're going to dig a foxhole out here in the woods, and we're going to live out here. You're not going to shower for 2 weeks. You're going to be, they essentially teach you how to keep a level head when you're extremely tired, cold, uncomfortable, and pretty much miserable. And, even if you're just sitting there and getting rained on in the middle of the night while you're on fire watch, or, for those of you not familiar with military terminology, just look out. Even if you're just sitting there in your misery and you don't have anything to do but stay awake, to learn how to be uncomfortable is actually something you can learn. And it I guess trains your mind that, okay, I don't need a shower every day. Okay, I don't need multiple meals a day, and all of these things that you kind of get conditioned with, I guess, growing up and in life. So they kind of break through those barriers, and once you're good with being uncomfortable and through all of that, you're learning about combat and infantry, and that's 2.5 months. I graduated, and you go straight from boot camp to SOI. You get a few days at home, like post boot camp, to go spend time with your family, but you almost immediately go from boot camp to SOI. I graduated SOI middle of September of 2009, and when you graduate SOI, Camp Lejeune, which is just like boot camp, there's Parris Island for the East Coast, and there is Recruit Depot San Diego for the West Coast. That's kind of the exact same with actual Marine Corps bases, where tens of thousands of Marines are stationed. There's Camp Lejeune on the East Coast in North Carolina, and there's Camp Pendleton outside of San Diego in California. And, there's a few bases overseas, Japan and places like that. But for the most part, the vast majority of Marines in the world are stationed at those two places. And when you graduate SOI, Camp Lejeune's only a few miles down the road. So
that's where there's toxic water fountains everywhere, right?
Yeah. And so your unit that you're going to, which I don't even believe that information when you graduate SOI. I think you have an idea, like, hey, these 2 or 3 units might be coming to get you or whatever. But Marines from your unit that you're going to, they have a list of like all, boots coming in. They get on buses and they drive to SOI to personally pick you up. And this is not like hey, welcome to the Marine Corps. We're happy to have you a part of 2-9. I think they pick the most scary, degenerate Marines that just got back from combat tour to come pick you up. And I'll never forget, they separated us up. My entire SOI class went to either 2-9 or 3-6. And this Marine got off the bus and starts walking over to the 2-9 group. And I'll never forget, he didn't have a green skivvy shirt on under his camis, which I didn't even know was allowed. I thought you had to have a green skivvy shirt. So I'm thinking, okay, this guy's already a cowboy. And he comes over and he has this massive tattoo of a skeleton with a top hat on holding a shotgun. And it was good work. I mean, it looked kind of 3D coming at you. And I just thought, how accurate. Like, I'm standing right in front of this double barrel shotgun. And so, we get on the bus and we go to the barracks where we were going to be moving into and living. And it was, I hope they've demoed these things, but it was one of the last barracks where all of the doors were on the inside. Now they're all on the outside. But anyone not tracking, to be a brand new Marine with no experience, and the platoon and unit that me and my buddies from SOI got dropped to, they had just got back from Iraq like 2 or 3 weeks before. So they were salivating for new boots to mess with. So to have doors on the inside in privacy away from any higher ups that could have somewhat accountability over the situation was non-existent. So, we have our big duffel sea bags, and we're like waddling to the door of the barracks. And me and my buddy, we open it up, and the entire platoon is lined along the inside hallway. Like, that was really, even beyond boot camp.
That sounds like some shit out of like a prison scene out of a movie. Right?
Yeah.
Like the fucking,
At that point, if you would have said, hey, prison or stay the next 24 hours in this barracks building, I probably would have chose prison. But, yeah, and so, you know, it was a tough next few weeks for sure. I mean, nothing too crazy happened, but, I mean, it was very apparent early on that we were going to have to earn the respect of those that, rightfully so, that had been there and kind of done that before us. But, you know, the great thing is my mission didn't change. It was to take anything that came my way head on, to do as good as I could as a human being and become the best Marine that I could. So it's kind of like, this is really going to suck, but challenge accepted. And it turned out, though, we only actually had a few weeks in our unit at Camp Lejeune, just kind of being normal Marines, because 2 or 3 weeks after we got to our unit, we bounced out on our first, I hesitate to say deployment because it wasn't a deployment, but it was a three month, I guess, mini float deployment. We got on a Navy ship in Norfolk, Virginia, and we went down to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Unbeknownst to us, we were starting our 7-month training op, which is called a workup. And we were starting that with that Guantanamo Bay, I guess, training deployment. And some of our Marines got off the ship and helped Dominican Republic forces do helicopter operations and training and stuff like that. So we did a few other things in the area, but most of our unit went to Guantanamo Bay, which, you know, we found out has similarities to Afghanistan as far as training goes. It's very rugged, hot, you know, mountainous. And so we're there, we train right around 2 months. And so now it's creeping into, I guess, late November of 2009. And we're back on the ship and we're cruising back to the States. And for the few weeks before we got off at Gitmo and before we got back to the States, being the new Marines in boots that we were, of course, we got assigned all the duties on the ship that Marines, understandably so, should help out with and help the Navy with. I got mess duty for my first job, which gave me an entirely new respect for anyone that works in a kitchen, especially on a cramped, hot Navy ship. So I'm washing dishes back there 10 hours a day. It's 120 degrees probably. And, you know, you're there getting the food ready at 4 a.m. You're doing the same thing hours later for lunch, same thing for dinner. You're cleaning up hours after dinner. And so, I mean, it's absolutely one of the most difficult jobs on the ship. The second job I got, just like the whole saw gunner thing, why you would give that weapon to the smallest guy in the platoon, I got laundry duty. And that might not sound that bad if you're just thinking about, taking laundry out of your dryer in your house and toting it over the couch to fold or whatever. The bags that you fill everyone's laundry with get up to at least 70 to 100 pounds. And you're in these cramped decks of these Navy ships. So you're having to put this bag of laundry on your back and crawl up these super skinny stairwells. And then you get to the top and there's a circular, like, I don't know, not even a walkway you can say. It's like a hole you shimmy through. So then I'm having, this bag weighs about as much as I do. So I'm having to somehow like not drop it down the bottom 3 decks I just crawled up. So I had laundry duty, but and then they put all the Marines in the bottom depths of the decks of these ships. And then you got your racks that once you get in, you can barely even, the big guys can't even roll over because you got about 6 inches between you and the rack above you. And so you're trapped. So your wake-up call is generally an older, more seasoned Marine coming by and punching you a few times while you're just sitting in there like wiggling around with nowhere to go. So, that was an interesting, good experience. But on the way back, we're cruising back to the States, and we got word that President Obama was going to make a big announcement about what was going on in Afghanistan. And so we're all huddled around this TV, and it's half static, half broken. And he proceeds to say, I'm giving the thumbs up on a 30,000 troop surge into Afghanistan to double down on our efforts and, hammer down on the Taliban. And it was a very surreal and strange moment, because at that moment, we knew that if he gave the thumbs up, we were going to be, if not the first, one of the first units inserted into southern Afghanistan to fight the Taliban. So it was a mix of, some excitement, some cheers, some looking very concerned, some very quiet. So naturally everybody reacting in their own way. But I just remember watching that and thinking, okay, so in about 6 to 7 months, at 19, 20 years old, I'm going to be in Afghanistan and maybe fighting for my life. Obviously, you can't really know exactly what's coming down the pipeline with any deployment. But we knew ultimately that we were going to be one of the first ones in. So we got back a couple of days before Christmas in 2009. And then we got a week or two to go home for Christmas. We came back. And January 1st, we started that intense workup, and we were training all day, every day until we left for Afghanistan July of 2010.
That Christmas with your parents, did you disclose to them that that's what was going to happen? Or was that your Christmas present, was to not tell them?
Yeah, that was the Christmas present. I don't remember exactly, but I would think that maybe I didn't drop that 500-pound bomb before Christmas.
Yeah. Man, that's, similarly, my first deployment was on a Navy boat, and I was the new guy, so I was the laundry guy, so I can feel your pain 100% on that one. And similarly, when 9/11 happened, I had done a deployment prior to 9/11, then after 9/11, kind of similarly, like we had this, hey, you guys are fucking going and it's for real. And, it was very focused, and not that we weren't focused before, but, it was very clear cut. This is what we're doing. This is where we're going. This is what's happening. And it certainly changed the dynamic and the mentality during that training process, to be laser focused and kind of always having in your mind, this is what we're going to be doing for real, and this is who we're going to be facing, and blah blah blah. So it certainly resonates hearing you say that. So as you guys lead up and get ready to go, were there anything, any instances or things that happened during that training process that were super unexpected or that were catastrophic, either really bad or, blissfully good or anything kind of out of the norm, or was it pretty standard, just training your ass off and then you guys went over there?
Standard. I mean, the mission all day, every day, every training week, every minute that we crept towards July and that deployment was, hey, whether you're sitting around the barracks and doing a quick tourniquet application class, whether you're going over to the armory and getting your weapons out to disassemble and then reassemble, and get better at that. Or if we're full on in a 2-week training op out in the woods and we're doing night ranges, whatever it is, every single day was just trying to get better and get as prepared as possible. We did have one Marine that got shot in the leg in a training op during a night range. And it was a pretty crazy range. It was well over a mile long. We had vehicles, we had big guns like 50 cals and things like that. So there was a lot going on. And if I remember correctly, it was a ricochet, but either way, it was devastating for him because he had to recover and he couldn't go on that deployment. But especially in the special operations community, you'll understand this aspect, but people think, training, it's training and it's a stable, safe environment, which, it's as stable and prepared as possible. But when your job is to do dangerous frontline fighting against the enemy with powerful weapons, and even in training, there is somewhat of kind of a slight fog of war, and that's what you train for, and that's what you train to work through and gain clarity through and work on keeping that level head through. But with all of that said, training, when you step back and look at it, it's still very dangerous. And so I'm thankful we only had one mishap in those 7 months, but that just showed me, hey, even if you're not on deployment, if you think you're just safely training here in North Carolina and just running this, range that you've already done 5 times, there's still bullets. There's still a lot of risk. There's still a lot of explosions and stuff going on. And there's still a lot of people and potential human error on these ranges and in these training ops. So, it was tough for him, but I think it was a good lesson for everyone involved that you can never be too careful. Yeah. But it was a great workup, and I learned a lot. But it's very much one of those things where you get word of the deployment and what's coming down the pipeline, and you're training for it every day and you're hearing about it. But whether it's starting a podcast or whether it's going on that deployment or joining the military, some things in life you can understand and be prepared to such an extent, but the rest you'll only know when you're there and when you're doing it. And so I felt as prepared as I could, only having 7 months of prep time with my unit. I felt as prepared as I could because I gave that full effort to learn and become as good as I could in boot camp and SOI. But you still can't feel completely prepared. The more seasoned you are, I'm sure the more you feel prepared. But just being 19 and knowing that I was about to be inserted into a combat zone as a machine gunner was just a very surreal kind of period in my life and thought process to have.
That's a lot to take on, no doubt about it. It's a big ask. Throughout that 7-month workup, were there ever, or was there ever a time where you second guessed what you were doing?
No.
I'm not surprised to hear that. All right, so you finished that up. You guys are getting ready to go. How was the send-off with your parents? Was that pretty tough? Or were they, how did that go?
It was tough thinking about the possibilities of consequence, not for me, but for my mom who was there sending me off. It was very strange and surreal. You know, I gave her a hug. You get on the bus to go to the airstrip, and I'm sitting on the bus, and I can't help but to look around and think, who is on this bus right now that's not going to be here on the way home? And to see my mom standing there on the side of the road in front of the barracks, like on some random, piece of grass, her just looking at me through the window in the bus, it was beyond tears. It was just a look of pure desperation, but obviously nothing you can do about it. And so that was very tough, not really thinking about myself, but more just her and my family. But, you have a minute or two to think about that stuff and, what could happen or what the ride home's going to look like. But very quickly, you kind of snap out of it, and it's, okay, Marine mode. I've been training for this. I'm ready for this. I'm prepared, and I'm ready to do what I feel destined for.
Yeah. All right. So wheels up. Right, you get on the plane, you head over, and now you are boots on the ground in Afghanistan. So what is going through your mind when you get there?
So from North Carolina to the small village and mud hut compound where we were going to be living and operating out of for the 7 months of our deployment, that's roughly a 10-day journey. And you start strangely on a commercial plane, like a Delta plane, and I have my saw gun, or my saw right in between my legs. We're in camis and on this Delta plane with flight attendants and meal service. We're headed to Afghanistan. So started out, strange, but as you're going through the progression of those 10 days to where you're going to be permanently, you start out at big bases, and they get smaller and smaller. You start out on that commercial aircraft, and then it goes to military aircraft, and then you start leaving. As you're getting to smaller bases, you start leaving these smaller bases at 2 a.m. when it's dark and all the lights are off. There's not a single light on the whole plane. And it just, with every step of the journey, it gets more and more real. And so the last day and the last leg, we got inserted by helicopters. And so my first kind of realization moment was before my boots even touched the ground. And we're in the back of this helicopter, and the back is open for the door gunner back there. And, it's extremely loud in helicopters, but I'm sitting there, and I look out the back, and we're flying over low and fast. Fields and trees and canals and dirt roads, and I don't know about others, but I couldn't help but think, am I going to get hit in that field? Am I going to get in a firefight in that tree line? And all these thoughts are just going through your head. And that was interrupted by the crew chief. So those of you not familiar, there is a crew chief who makes sure, kind of like a flight attendant, kind of makes sure everyone is strapped in. If you need ammo, he's giving you ammo and handling all the passengers and flight kind of operations. And then on the back door or the side doors, there's a door gunner on a machine gun. And the crew chief, he yells, "We're going to take contact when we land." And at that moment, it was real.
Shit just got real.
And we were there. And then I'm like, man, come on, guys. At least let us land and give us a chance to get out of this helicopter before we get shot up. But, yeah, sure enough, we were taking contact. Thankfully, they landed pretty close to an extending compound wall. And so we didn't have too long or too far to run before we had some cover. But, yeah, that was kind of minute one. And for the next 7 months, well, I only survived and made it 4 out of those 7 months. But for the 4 months out of the 7 that I was there, it was extremely violent. It was every single day was guaranteed fighting. It was never a matter of, I wonder if we're going to get shot at today. It was just a matter of when. And so from sunup to sundown, one of our squads was in a fight. And every single day, we didn't have vehicles, no showers for 7 months. Everything we did was foot patrol. We were so far kind of out and behind enemy lines, again, with no mechanized or paved roads coming to us. And most of the dirt roads couldn't support the heavy armored vehicles that we use, because we had encountered problems in the past years with Marines and other troops in these heavy armored vehicles. These canal walls would give out, and next thing you know, you have a vehicle full of Marines or American troops, and they're drowning in these canals with no way to get them out, because these vehicles are, I don't know, 100,000 pounds. And so being so far out and in enemy territory, everything was foot patrol, and every single day we patrolled, and we had 4 squads, and we broke it up into an early morning patrol, a late morning, early afternoon patrol, a late afternoon, and a night patrol. Every single day, all day, there were Marines outside of our base trying to help the people of Afghanistan and destroy the enemy. But every single day I rolled out of our base, I had a 200-round drum on my saw, and I carried a backpack with 4 200-round drums in it. So I minimum rolled out with 800 rounds, and there was a few patrols where the firefights were so intense and so long that, you know, I'd have to walk that half mile to a mile back to our patrol base, and I wouldn't have any ammo.
Did any of your other guys carry any spare drums for you?
You know, other saw gunners, if they would have had 1 or 2 extra, especially in a firefighter time of need, you know, we would just obviously help each other out. But, you know, I carried 800 to 1,000 alone. So most of the time that was good.
Because like we would, like in a platoon of 16 guys, there'd usually be 4 60 gunners. Once we started carrying saws, and there'd be 2 of each usually. But every other platoon member would carry at least a cartridge of extra 60 or saw ammo for that type of instance. And it's funny because, you know, in big firefights, when anytime a 60 or saw gunner would be like, you know, hey, I need ammo, fucking 9 guys would throw it at them because they want to get rid of the, you know, the extra weight. But yeah, I was just curious if you guys carried any extra. But I mean, shit, if you're burning through 800, 1,000 rounds, that's pretty fucking legit. Were you guys patrolling in every direction, or were there pockets, areas that you typically would go to?
Every direction, but there were some, you know, pretty much anywhere you went, you would get into a firefight. But there were some areas that the further you went towards and into those areas, it not only was guaranteed that you would get into a fight, but it would get more and more intense the deeper you went into it. So there were some places that were, I mean, you know, like if everywhere was a yellow zone around us, there were some deep red, purple areas, kind of intermittent.
Yeah. When you guys got there and actually got contacted initially, but then got settled in, or even before then, did they sit you guys down? Did at any level of leadership sit you down and say, hey, this is where we're going, this is our mission, this is kind of what we're trying to accomplish, like kind of give you the 30,000 foot like big picture, here's why you're here and here's the big mish? Or was it just like, this is where you're going, you'll figure it out when you get there? Like what kind of direction did you have going into it?
We actually started getting pretty decent intel once we got into country, into some of those bigger bases, maybe like halfway point of our journey from the States to our small village and outpost where we were going to be. So I remember when we got to Kandahar, we had periods through the day where we would go into a tent/classroom type setting, and they would give us more privileged information since we were, you know, out of communication range now from the United States. You know, I don't even know really how big cell phones were at the time, but yeah, the closer we got, the more and more information they were trickling down to us. But ultimately, our objective, because when we went in, we relieved 3-6. Some of the Marines that when I said we split after SOI, all that School of Infantry graduating class went to 2-9 or 3-6. And not that there was anything special about those. It was just, hey, they needed more Marines to beef up the numbers in those units because they knew that 2-9, 3-6, and a few others were going to be part of that first push into southern Afghanistan. And so, as you know, but for those listening, the type of deployment you're going to have really depends on at what point you're going into somewhere. If you're the first one in, your job is essentially disrupting those enemy movements and fighting with the enemy. The later stages of that will be, hopefully, stabilization, being able to open more schools, dig more wells, pave more roads, build infrastructure. But knowing that we were one of the first ones in allowed us to know that our mission was never going to be too complex. It was going to be, hey, we're the first ones in. We're about to handle business for 7 months. And then hopefully in the follow-on deployments, it'll be a lot less bad guys, a lot less freedom for the local population to do things that, you know, will make their life better, probably for the first time ever. And so, yeah, that's what we did. We fought all day, every day. And, you know, sometimes we would get intel, whether it was from locals or higher ups, and we would do more strategic missions mixed in with the overall daily grind. But for the most part, it was really just fighting to stabilize the region. And just for a little context, the reason the fighting was so bad in Marja and Helmand Province was because in the middle of Helmand Province, there's this little area called Marja. And unlike northern Afghanistan, instead of mountains and rocky terrain and usually what you see, whether in movies or on TV shows, this small patch of farmland was much more like a mild Vietnam. Like most of my firefights were across farm fields and in tree lines, sometimes fighting for hours in woods, which is pretty sketchy when everything looks the same and you're surrounded just by nothing but trees. And so, but the reason there was so many Taliban and so much extreme enemy activity in this region was because that was the heart of the I guess financial and money flow for Taliban activities. So they use this small patch of farmland in the southern part of the country, rivers going through it, all of these fertile farm fields to grow opium or grow poppy. And they harvest the poppy and they extract pure black tar heroin pretty much from these plants. And that fuels them buying weapons and them ultimately fighting us. So we were disrupting those supply and money lines. So when they knew that Marines were being in high numbers inserted into this area, it was like all of the fighters in that province and kind of the southern part of the country congregated in that small patch of farmland to fight us in order to keep those, financial and weapon kind of lines going. And so just to help with a little bit of understanding of why it was so bad and why it was so contested. But yeah, essentially every day was just fighting nonstop all day, every day.
Yeah, no, the context is super, super helpful. I appreciate you adding that to it. With those firefights, your group that was there, about how many guys is that?
We had about 60 in our platoon.
60. Of those 60, did you guys lose any of your guys?
We did. We lost as a unit. We lost in the high 20s.
Wow.
But we lost over 20 with all of 2-9. And my platoon specifically, yes, we lost a few and had even more casualties. But, I always tell people, just not tell, but more remind people that, it's not, at the end of the day, it's not Marines or troops or soldiers or, SEALs giving their life. It's just good American people. And it's, Dakota Hughes, who, was a good buddy of mine at, 19 years old. Earlier one afternoon, me and him were arguing over what hot sauce is the best. He was from southern Louisiana. And, just having this innocent 19-year-old hot sauce competition, conversation. A few hours later, he takes his last step and breath on this earth by an IED. But, at the end of the day, it's immense amounts of sacrifice by, everyday average people who are doing, extraordinary things.
Yeah. It's powerful to hear you tell a story like that. Just so that I'm clear, 2-9 was 60 guys, or your platoon was 60 guys?
Sorry. Our platoon was 60 Marines.
Okay.
And 2-9 is made up of, all Marine units are made up of 4 companies, 3 infantry line companies and 1 weapons company. So your assault men, your mortarmen, your big guns like 50 cals. And you obviously all worked together throughout the AO, but we were 3rd platoon, and we had about 60 Marines in our village and our little mud hut compound. And then you go, say, a mile or 2 northwest, and there would be 2nd platoon. So overall, you spread out and you work in platoons, and then that covers a more, big picture area of operation.
So if my math serves me right, about 240 Marines in 2-9?
Yes.
Or so, yeah. And of the 240, you guys lost almost 30.
Correct.
Wow. Are there any firefights prior to when you were injured that took place that really stand out as being exceptional or memorable? I know they all are and aren't in their own way, but is there one or two that stand out as being super memorable for any reason, and could you share those?
Yeah, so the first one is memorable for a more funny reason, and that is, we're out on a patrol, and this is one of the times we were in the woods, and we got into this firefight, and it lasted for hours and hours. And not to say we were immediately returning fire back and forth on each other for 7 hours, but it was maneuvering, fighting, working through tree lines, working through backsides of different villages, trying to get, one up on each other. And so as we're fighting and we're maneuvering, I'm crawling through this field, and I have my saw on my back, and I'm holding it by the barrel, and obviously to not get it dirty. And I'm crawling with one arm and crawling, and I just think, I really hope I make it to at least get my first cold, legal Bud Light. And so thankfully, I didn't get hit during that firefight, but later on, and I talk about the story in my book, but later on, we're creeping up towards this village, and the past maybe like 10 minutes, we had been trying to figure out, because we heard 203s go off, and a 203 is like a grenade launcher that's attached to your rifle, and you can put a single round in there and fire it off, and it makes a very distinct thump. And so a few minutes before we were creeping up to this village, we heard a 203 go off, and our squad, which was probably 12 to 15 Marines, we had broken up into two teams. And being in these woods, we knew where each other were at, but not definitive pinpoint location. And so we hear this 203 in the distance. We get on comms or the radio, like, hey, cut it out. We don't know exactly where each other is. Like, hold the 203s. And we hear back, dude, that's not us.
Oh, wow.
And that was the first time we ever heard or had seen 203 capabilities from the enemy.
Was that captured American weapons, or were they bringing their own shit?
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't captured from us, at least on that deployment. And so, at that point, there comes a little pep in our step, and we're making moves. And we're creeping up towards this village, and we hear another 203 go off. And probably 50 feet in front of me or so is, over in Afghanistan, all the farm animals that these families own and the people own, they all hang out in and around the courtyards of their houses. And so there was like a goat tied up to a tree, and there was 4 or 5 chickens walking all over the place. And so we hear this 203, and we're creeping up towards the back corner of this village. 203 comes in, vaporizes one of these chickens.
Oh, shit.
And I thought, okay, that was terrifying, but I'm so glad that chicken was not one of us, today. And so that was kind of one firefight, 2 funny stories. But the next will be the most, I guess, prominent moment in my mind for that deployment, aside from my injuries. But 2 weeks before I was hit, we were on a foot patrol one day, and my squad leader, Sergeant, at the time was Corporal, but Sergeant Zachary Stinson, he was leading us from the front, like the good leader and great Marine that he was. And the eastern village, obviously to the east of our village and the compound that we were living and operating in, had a long wall that separated the two villages. And there was a few breaks in the wall. And we're heading over to the eastern village. I forget what the mission was, but it was middle of the day patrol. And Sergeant Stinson, we're skirting, there's dried out canals everywhere in Afghanistan, and we're skirting a dried out canal and, not walking on the goat paths or anything. And goat paths are little paths that the farmers make on the sides of their fields so they don't have to walk through and damage their crops. So a trail. So we're staying away from the trails because those are much more easy to plant IEDs in and around. And we're creeping somewhere near the middle of this wall, and we hear another unfortunate and terrifying boom of an IED go off. And I don't know, 6 or 7 guys back in the formation. And this blast was so strong, it kind of knocked all of us, including me, over into the side of this canal wall. And, I mean, just like you could imagine, the air around us was completely enveloped in dust, and there was chunks of rocks and dirt and debris raining down on us. And so, a few seconds, like when that happens or anything happens in combat, you know exactly what it is. But it's just such a abnormal sensation and noise that it still takes a few seconds to register, okay, that was an IED. That means someone stepped on it, and we probably have a casualty. So you stand up, I shook it off, and my next thought, we got to start looking for whoever that was. And so we start looking around, and we're on, say, the left side of the wall. And Sergeant Stinson was minimum 185. He's carrying probably 70, 80 pounds of gear. And we don't see or hear anyone yet on our side of the wall. And someone said, I found him, or called for corpsman up, or something to let us know that he was found. And I went up to the wall and I looked over, and probably 15 feet away was Sergeant Stinson. And just looking at him and his injuries, I mean, it was already 100% obvious that he was going to be a double amputee, probably a triple if he survived. And I looked at him for 1 or 2 seconds, and it was so real that it was almost like, and that was my first, I'd seen gunshots up until that deployment, a few other injuries, not as severe, injured legs and things like that from IEDs, but never a full effect of a blast on a human body. And, my 19-year-old self looked at him, and for like 1 second, because it looked so real, I thought, like, it looked just like the movies, like a Saving Private Ryan or We Were Soldiers. I couldn't believe just how otherworldly and intense that situation was. And so what the Taliban will do when they hear an IED go off in the distance, they grab their weapons and they run towards that in order to attack and try to capitalize on casualties. Because they know that a Navy corpsman or our medic will never leave his casualty, and they know that Marines will never leave a fellow Marine. So while we're sitting there working on him and trying to take care of him, they'll try to shoot us with small arms fire and AK-47s. And knowing that attack was most likely coming, our corpsman drug Stinson as far kind of close to the wall as he could to try to get cover. But he was in such bad shape, he was kind of just like, hey, I'm going to start to take care of him right here in the open. And Doc, this corpsman, he's amazing. Still doing great things in the military, but he put his back to the village and the soon-to-be attackers, and he kind of cradled Stinson's head and tried to put as much of his vital upper body behind or in front of his body as he could to protect incoming rounds. And a couple of Marines got down and started tourniqueting and putting combat gauze, anything to stop the bleeding. And sure enough, the attack came, and it was an attack. And it was multiple Taliban, and for the next 40 minutes or so, we were fighting for ourselves and ultimately to protect Zach and to secure a landing zone so we could get him medevaced as quick as possible. Although, I'll say it, and I think mostly everyone would probably agree that we were less hopeful than optimistic when it came to if he would survive or not. And so with his final, few moments, he gave us his final words on leadership as a squad leader and as our friend and fellow Marine.
So he was still conscious.
Yeah, somehow, he was, you could tell he was really hanging on and starting to fade, but he was conscious the whole time. And he also asked us to look after his wife and child, that his first child was going to be born in like the next couple of months, shortly before, right after we got back from deployment. And we put him on the medevac bird. And, depending on where you're at in country, the information and updates on casualties can take anywhere from 4 or 5 hours to a few days. And so we got word that somehow, miraculously, he had survived and was hanging on. And, that is a heavy story and a fight and a day that really sticks out in my mind. And since I mentioned Hughes earlier, I guess I'll just tie it all together. And so Zach Stinson got hit that afternoon. I come back from that patrol, and a few hours goes by, the sun goes down, and later that night, probably 5 or 6 hours after Zach had got medevaced, I'm sitting on radio watch in the little almost mud closet room of the compound that we lived in, and sitting there on radio watch, and we hear a boom. Had to have been minimum a mile to a mile and a half away. And you hear the boom, and a few seconds later, you feel the rumbling. And I just remember sitting on radio watch and seeing little rocks and grains of sand get shaken out of the walls in front of me. And again, just like when Zach got hit, you can't help but think, Who is it this time? And so it came over the radio that Hughes had stepped on an IED, and they were on the night patrol. And so, who knows if there would have even been a way to see it or have any kind of red flags, because night vision goggles aren't as good or as cool as they are in the video games. So it's difficult to maneuver, especially in flooded fields with 70 to 100 pounds of gear on, and you're sinking up to your knees. It's very hard to maneuver, especially at night, especially with NVGs, jumping over canals. You got your weapon. You're having to do everything down to land nav and working with that GPS or that compass. So, Hugh stepped on an IED, and they came over the radio and said that it was such a big IED that they couldn't even find him. And after they spent some time looking for whatever was left of him, for fear of probably more IEDs in the immediate vicinity, they did find what was left, and they tried to, for many, many minutes, tried to do CPR and revive him, and our corpsman again gave his absolute very best effort. But Hughes was my size type of guy, and when you step on a 50-pound IED or more, it's just chances are never better than worse. And so that was obviously a very heavy day, but Hughes loved being a Marine. I loved serving with him. He was just such a great kid. And so, his story is sad, but, I always try to think about the beauty of our military and those who serve is that, no one made us. It was our path. It was what we wanted. And that's what makes it beautiful. No one made us raise our right hand and serve, risk our lives for each other and for our country. And so as tough as it is when you lose Marines or troops you're with, and I might just try to always be staying positive and optimistic, but, even with me, if I would have never woke up, there was never any regret or anything like that. So it's heavy and sad, but it's very beautiful when someone gives such a courageous and final effort for a bigger purpose, when them and only them chose to embark on that path.
It was beautifully put, and I agree that's, it's just a heavy story to hear, especially in person, hearing you recount it.
But to add a positive and lighter note, I spent over 2 years recovering with Zach at Walter Reed, and he is now completely outnumbered by enemy forces with not one but 2 baby girls, and an awesome wife, Tess. And we spent, all that time together. She had Olivia a few rooms down from where me and Zach were recovering. And, it was just great to have both survived and just be able to keep hanging out as Marines from 2-9 who shared that deployment experience together. Now he has this beautiful family. And years after we got injured, before he thankfully healed up and left Walter Reed and went back to Pennsylvania, we were sitting, I would always walk over after the day of therapy or whatever and go to his Wounded Warrior kind of apartment recovery room on Walter Reed. and just hang out. And we had Sports Center on, and unfortunately he's a Steelers fan, so I was always having to watch stuff about them. But, we're sitting there, and he's in his wheelchair, and Olivia, the one that he had asked us in his seemingly final moments to look after, was crawling all over what was left of his legs. And he's a double amputee, but crushing it now, like probably going to be going to the Paralympics. He does marathons all over the world on hand cycle. So he's doing amazing. But at this point, we're still in the hospital, and I had wondered for years, like I wanted to ask him, and I had always wondered why he was walking point that day. Because not that any one life is more important than the other, especially in the military, but you don't want your leadership getting hit first. They're obviously communicating that strategic information from the battlefield. They are making sure, the troops are good. They're directing troop movements. And so, like with any leadership or job in the world, if your leadership gets hit or is out of play, that can affect everything down. So I'd always wondered, out of a whole squad of Lance Corporals, as a senior corporal, why were you walking point? And I finally had, in that moment, just hanging out, I finally had the chance to ask him. And his answer was simple but profound. And he said, "I'm just glad it was me and not one of you." And I just, that's the greatest lesson on leadership that I could have ever, and I wasn't even taught it. It just happened, and that was his outlook. But again, and what I said kind of at the beginning is, like, when you're a leader, bad things can happen. And no matter to what severity that scale of badness is, as that leader, you are on the forefront of bearing that burden for those you lead.
To me, that's such a like a textbook Marine answer, in the best way possible. I've spent a fair bit of time with a lot of you guys, and even served alongside you, in combat in Iraq. And, to me, there's something so unique and amazing about the Marine Corps that doesn't exist anywhere else. That I don't know what the fuck it is that they teach you guys in boot camp, or
it's the water.
What they feed you. It's the Camp Lejeune water. But there's just something different about you guys that I know we always really appreciated, and I just respect the hell out of all you guys. And to me, the stories and lessons that you've shared thus far, I think are textbook examples of why that is. From a combat scenario, obviously you guys were there doing a ton of missions and firefights day in, day out. You've shared some kind of tough ones. Were there any missions that went really well for you guys, where it was like you went out one day and you just absolutely kicked everybody's ass, and it was like high five dancing in the end zone afterwards? Like, did you have any big W's for you guys? Were there any days like that stand out?
Well, if they weren't the tough days of having those casualties, I would say that they were all big W's. I mean, we all knew our job. We were all there on the same page. I mean, it sounds cliche, but to ultimately and truly help the people there. I mean, when you see how oppressed and how difficult of a life and how much suffering in their lives these people live with every day, I mean, you can just see in their eyes that they long for more, and they know that more is out there, and they just want to learn how to read and go to school without being assassinated for it and thrown in a dried out riverbed. the kids ask me through interpreters, is everywhere in America like Disney World?
Yeah.
Is there really a room? You know, like they heard this rumor. Is there really a room in your house that gives you water? Talking about a bathroom. And it's just people that hope that, you know, every day's sunrise might be a little better, a little less fearful and scary than the ones before. So ultimately helping them, but, you know, I think we did a good job really taking the fight to the enemy every single day.
Yeah. Did you have instances for you personally or anybody in your platoon where the firefights were so intense and close combat where you were, you know, say within the distance of anywhere in this studio room engaging people that close? Like were there instances like that?
There was, less so than fighting with some distance, because Afghanistan, unlike y'all in Iraq, at times being more close proximity, we were usually fighting tree line to tree line and across patches of farmland.
Yeah.
And sometimes throughout villages. But yeah, there was a few times where we got close enough where we threw hand grenades. And one time we had a ambitious lieutenant, you could say. And so we got done with this mission one day, and he thought, you know, there's no way you could have got that census data in the time that you did. You know, we had been there for months at this point. I mean, we knew the drill. We knew what to ask to be efficient, to get in and get out. And obviously, every second we're there is a second that we could be getting shot at. So we did the job right, but he wanted us to stay out longer and, I don't know, do some other stuff. And so anyway, we set up at this compound, and maybe, I don't know, 45 minutes later, because I think we set up at the compound, and then we had a fire team go to very close proximity houses, and we kind of worked this main area from this one single compound. And we started getting ready to make our move back to our base. And this compound, it was good because it had a lot of open terrain around it. So if anyone was to get super close,
You'd know about it.
We would know. But it also, once you kind of got out of the surrounding yard area or grass area of this house, it turned into more higher, thicker weed fields. And so I'll give it to them. They did a great job being patient and creeping up, because when we got ready to step, it was by far, except for the day that I got hit, it was by far the worst we had ever been surrounded. And I mean, in the area of Marja and where we were operating, I mean, it was hundreds to a couple of thousand Taliban, I would say minimum. And here we are, 12 Marines and a Navy corpsman. And I mean, we took one step away from that place, and it was all directions incoming. And I mean, it was obvious we were going to have to fight I was just hoping that there wasn't even more on the way. And, you know, I never really thought we would be overwhelmed or overrun or anything. I just didn't want to start taking, you know, one casualty and then that compounds, because you have somebody taking care of them. That's another person out of the fight. And then slowly, you know, because if they got the bodies and they have the will and probably on drugs, on that pure heroin, it was only a matter of time before they started making some progress. And so I was a very proud saw gunner. As much as I hated, like we all do, to tote that thing around and carry all the rounds, I took pride in the fact that my weapon suppressed the enemy while my buddies took cover or maneuvered on them. So a lot of people think, like you must have taken out like so many guys shooting at them directly. No, it's more suppression by volume of ammunition downrange. When a lot of bullets are coming at you, you're naturally going to get down, take cover. Therefore, your sight and your kind of move in that moment is at a stalemate. And when that happens, Marines can maneuver on those positions. And so, when they attacked, there was a canal that ran behind the house, and there was 3 or 4 of my buddies in this canal, and it stretched down the driveway out towards the road. And they had been setting up facing opposite. Every other Marine was facing different directions in case anything was to come down the road. Because once you got out towards the road, the short grass ended, and it was tall grass along the road and kind of connected to the field around it. So just to have that visual, they were down in this canal. Well, the fighting intensified. We saw very quickly that we were heavily surrounded. And so I screamed at them. And most people probably won't believe this that are listening, but again, being prideful saw gunner, in 4 months of Afghanistan and the moon dust over there and fighting in the, taking my weapon through muddy canals and fields all day, every day, I never had one jam.
Wow.
Which is...
Should buy some lottery tickets.
It's kind of unbelievable with a saw. But I spent at least an hour a day, every single day cleaning. So I knew and they knew that when I said something like, hey, I'm about to turn this corner and unload every single one of these rounds in this 200-round drum, they knew to, hey, take me at my word. And so I didn't know this, but I had been on the corner of this house, whipping around the corner as we're talking guns. One machine gunner or one guy will be shooting from a different part of the vicinity. And when he takes a break or reloads, I turn the corner. And I was kind of just sporadically going through a couple drums. And as they kind of got closer, like the guys in the canal behind the house, they start throwing hand grenades into the fields around them, not even seeing any guys because they're down behind the grass, but they're just throwing them in kind of all directions. And that's when I knew that them being out there in that canal, like, good vantage point, but we got to think smart, and we got to get everyone consolidated into the walls of this compound and only have a couple guys strategically fighting on the outside. And so I yelled at him, like, hey, I reloaded a brand new drum. I yelled at him, like, hey, when I turn this corner, start moving. And thankfully they were in a canal, so they could kind of get down and make a run for it, regardless of if I could help them out or not. And I didn't even know this story, not this story, but this part I'm about to tell, up until probably a year ago when I was talking to one of the guys that was there with me. But he said the whole time I was on that corner firing, rounds were just chipping away right at the corner I was up against. And, again, fog of war, I couldn't really tell that rounds were getting that close to me. But I screamed that to my buddies, like, hey, get ready to move. And I turned the corner. And for anyone that's never unloaded a whole 200-round drum in one cyclic trigger pull, it's a pretty good feeling. And so I let it fly. And the last guy broke behind the corner of the house the second I went out of rounds. And so they got in. we kept fighting, and finally we got mortars who were our mortars, a guy by the name of Vance Rath, like the perfect mortarman name. He was a G. He was great at his job, and he had already deployed multiple times. We knew he would be pinpoint accuracy, and so probably from a mile away, he drops a beautiful and perfect circle of mortars right around us, like 50 to 100 yards out around the whole compound. And after that, it kind of died down. But that was one of the few walks that I walked back to base every step thinking,
God, I hope we don't get hit.
Please don't shoot at us anymore because I don't have any rounds left. So, but yeah, there were, all the days were intense, but some were, you get back to base and one of those times where no one really even talks or says anything to each other because you just know. If you weren't out there, you can imagine you probably did it yesterday, and you know what it's like. But it's sometimes you wonder how you made it out of those situations. Yeah,
amazing. I feel like I'm living it here, and you tell it. I love the way you tell these stories, man. It's riveting.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so the big day where you get hit, if you can kind of walk us through that whole scenario.
Yeah. So I got hit November 21st, 2010, and again it was 4 months. We got there late July. End of November now, and I got hit. But I wasn't on a patrol, and it wasn't at the base or the compound that we had lived at and operated out of for the past 4 months. About a day and a half before I was hit, our platoon got tasked with sending one squad south to a village nicknamed Shadier. So there were three villages to the south of us. The first was we nicknamed Shady, Shadier, and then Shadiest, because every step you took further south, it was one of those red zones that you knew you were going to get hit, and it was just a matter of how hard. And so our mission was to take over a compound, put our foot in the ground, and try to survive for a few days until reinforcements could come and help us out. And that was going to be one of those first kind of initial moments where you take over a compound in a village and you just hold that ground and you slowly start to work out of that, because there were no bases, there were no Marines in that area of operation. So kind of the thought is, when you're a few months out from the end of your deployment, like with anything in life, you want to leave it better than how you found it. So if we took over an area of operation at the beginning of deployment and we held on to exactly what we took over, and then we gave that same AO to the next Marines and they did the same thing, that area of operation and that area of stability would never expand. So what you want to do is a few months before you transition that next unit, you want to push out and take over new AOs and expand that Marine presence. If you keep doing that over multiple deployments and years, theoretically, you will just continue to eventually take up that whole entire area and then the country of a stable, well-infrastructured kind of place. And so we were that very first step. And again, our job was to just take this compound over with a squad of Marines, 12 Marines, and try to survive for 4 or 5 days until we got relief. Well, it was going to be another squad. And I always thought that we drew straws, which we had before. But I found out a few months ago, actually, that it was going to be another squad. But that squad leader, his wife, was having a baby. And so we just pretty much volunteered and said, hey, we'll do it. You stay back and you can be on the sat phone with your wife and the doctors when she goes into labor.
Wow.
And so we start moving towards, and I knew it was going to be bad when we were supposed to step. They changed our step time or our movement time to go down there to when the fighting was going to be worse. And one of those things I never really got clarification about, but we before we went down there, we had a staff sergeant who was the highest enlisted guy in our little compound, and he was in charge. He was the enlisted leader that was in charge of the whole platoon, and him and the lieutenant, worked together, and they come up with our everyday game plan and how we're going to operate. And I heard him back behind something like we had a little, in all the compounds in Afghanistan, they build little rooms. Most of it's open air, where all the farm animals and farm tools and all that are kept. And then they'll build a little room into a corner of the compound with a roof and walls. And that's where they'll sleep. They're protected from the elements. And throughout the day, when it's 120 degrees, the sun will heat up these brick mud walls, and it'll kind of reverberate that heat inside throughout the cold nights because the temperature change is drastic. And so back behind this little kind of living area of the compound that they built, I heard Staff Sergeant on the sat phone with our gunnery sergeant who was at another base a couple of miles away. And he had been to Iraq. This was like his 11th or 12th combat deployment. And he was in Ramadi for 3 deployments when it was during the nickname of it having the City of Darkness. He went all 3 times there. And so he had been there, done that. He was awesome. Like, I love him. He was a great leader. If he was bored or probably wanted to get away from the lieutenant for a few hours, he'd be like, hey, I'm going to roll out on patrol with y'all. Like, I've done this 12 deployments now. I'm thinking you should be sitting back, kicking back, and enjoying that you just made it through all of those instead of just coming out with us just to hang out and, like, shoot the shit. But I heard him on the phone with Gunny, and he's like, Gunny, pretty much we got to change up this plan because this is a suicide mission. And when he said that, like, man, if this guy's saying that, like, this is going to be bad. And so a couple days before November 21st, we started making our movement down. And all we had was a pack with as much water, food, ammo, and empty sandbags as we could take. And the empty sandbags come into play after you take a compound or a building over. You start digging the dirt that's already there, filling the sandbags, and you start building defensive posts and positions. And so we took over this compound. We compensated the family very well, which we always did over there. If we took and I mean, it's not like, hey, get out of your home, you have nowhere to go. All the compounds are pretty much the exact same. So, they got, I don't know, don't quote me, say like a $5,000 check for their troubles, and all they had to do was walk 10 feet across the street and take over another empty compound. So, it wasn't too hard on them. And we took over this compound, And shortly after, like, we had thrown grenades in that deployment up until that point, but we had never had grenades used against us. And so we took over the compound, and a few hours, if that, after we took it over, it might have just been minutes, but I hear someone say, "Who's throwing rocks?" And then 2 seconds after that, boom, grenades start going off. Like they see Marines moving in there, just like if there were people that weren't supposed to be in your neighborhood, wherever you're from, and that they don't fit. Obviously, Marines definitely stick out. So when we're walking a direction, any Taliban will just get on a cell phone or walkie-talkie and let them know we're coming down. And we started getting shot at halfway down to this village. So thankfully, we all made it and survived before we even got there. So we get there, the first grenade attack came. And they threw 3 or 4. I mean, we were already completely surrounded. And it's not that we really even did anything wrong. It's like when you only have 12 guys, there's only so much you can do when you're in a compound in the middle of a big village. And there's so many vantage points that you can't see. Just the way the alleys are, the houses, the roofs, all of that. There was a tree line kind of back behind our compound. So we were at major disadvantage, and they capitalized on that. And right when we moved in, they started throwing from who knows where grenades into the courtyard of the compound. And I was digging sandbags, and I was up against the wall. And so they started going off with a deafening boom. And there was a couple of Marines, whether it was eating chow, cleaning their weapons, just taking a break, because our packs are so heavy, and our movement, even if it was only 1.5 miles down to this village, the fields are flooded. It's so difficult to move. And so you're already smoked when you get there. And there was a few random Marines out in the center of this compound. Grenades start going off. And just like in our compound where we had lived and operated, in this one that we took over, there was also another room that the family used to sleep in. And so the Marines, understandably so, they're kind of out in no man's land. They get up and they start sprinting towards the cover of this room. Well, I'm watching this, and I see my buddy Skipper, good old Alabama boy, sprinting towards this room. And right as he's kind of getting near it, a grenade lands like right by his path that he's running down. Bam, goes off right beside him. And you can see he immediately grabs his side, and it blows some shrapnel into his side. And he makes it just into the doorway of the room and like falls face first and collapses in the room. I was focused on him, and so I said I was always fast in high school, but I could have kept up with Usain Bolt in this moment, because I saw him, and I'm thinking, okay, depending on how long this attack goes, he could be bleeding out, and if no one saw him collapse into this room, he could be by himself. So I take like 1 second, take a breath, and then I just start sprinting stupidly the exact, pretty much same footsteps as the path he took. But I'm just full speed. And I reach this room, and Doc is already in there doing work. And I get up under Skipper's head because he was having a really hard time breathing. And he had blood coming from like middle of his rib cage on his right side. And I kind of prop his head up because I didn't know if that would help with his breathing, but I'm just like talking to him. I'm like, hey, Skipper, you're good. Like, your only problem is you're going to be crushing a ridiculous amount of ice cream in a couple weeks on base. And he's like, it hurts so bad I can't breathe. And I look in the corner, and Jacob below, another Marine that was with us, he had blood like all over his front and like his legs and stuff. So he got hit too, but he seemed okay enough to where we didn't have to worry about him bleeding out. And so he's sitting up in the corner and he just kind of looks startled, but not in life danger. And so we're focused on Skipper, and Doc said, hey, Skipper, this is really going to hurt, but I got to do it to help you, buddy. And this is the first pneumothorax, I believe is how you say it, that he performed. And he stuck that needle in between his ribs and released that pressure and some of the blood from his lungs. It was crazy. I just couldn't believe it because it sounded exactly like a balloon deflating, like air, psst, and then you just saw Skipper like go completely relaxed and just started breathing. And it was pretty much like, that's better. So worked perfectly. And we had 4 ANA attached to us, Afghan National Army, who they operated with us. And while they operated with us, we would give them tips and train them so they would be ready to take things over whenever the day came when we would leave. And so an Afghan National Army member got hit. So bam, right there in the first hour, if not less, we were down 3 out of our 1 squad that we had.
Do you know ballpark how many grenades they had thrown at that point?
That very first attack, it was 3 or 4.
Okay.
So fast forward over the next day, and it was constant AK-47 and small arms fire attack. That next night, the night before I got hit, I was on top of the little roof that we had. Now, in this compound, there was the little, probably 10-person sleeping room with the roof and everything built onto one side of the compound. And then there was another little closet-size room built onto the back side. And they used that to dry out all of their poppy and marijuana plants that they would cut from the fields. So it was just stuffed with like all these different types of plants and drugs and stuff. So we used that roof and the other one to build 2 different post lookout positions. So we were filling sandbags, and we had already built the one on the family sleeping room. It was my turn to stand post. And for any listening not familiar, Marines and our military are always on guard duty or lookout. And that deployment, we did 4-hour shifts. And essentially you gear up, you go up and you sit on these rooftops or these vantage points, and you are remaining vigilant to protect those inside the compound who might be sleeping, cleaning their weapons, eating, or filling sandbags. So I'm on post, and it's probably 45 minutes before the sun goes down. And we had been there maybe 24 hours. And I was laying on this roof, and my buddies had been throwing sandbags up to me, and I was getting them and I was stacking them. And on this post position, I started getting shot at by a sniper. Thankfully, I had got the wall built 2 or 3 sandbags high. So it was just high enough that if I laid down, it would completely, just by a few inches, give me perfect cover. Mission still had to continue, though, to build this post. Because, it wasn't like, oh, hopefully he'll stop shooting at me and then we're done. No, there was a Marine that was going to be up there needing cover the shift after mine. And so I knew that this sniper was not a usual fighter that we encountered, and maybe not even Taliban, because he was extremely accurate. And one, we had never even seen snipers until that point on the deployment. It was all AK-47s and a few RPGs. But he was so accurate. I still, sitting right here, remember how it felt. I could tell from the first couple shots that it was a single bolt action. So I knew that after he shot, it was going to be a couple seconds for him to put another round in and get aimed in. So they would throw me a sandbag onto the roof, and I would, laying down, I would reach over and I would grab it and pull it to me. He would shoot, and he was so on point that I felt the thud of the round, the impact of it. It would hit the sandbag, and I was laying up against the sandbags. So I felt the light thud of that round, the force of that round or impact that went through the sandbag and kind of went into my body armor.
Wow.
So I'd feel the round and obviously hear it. And then I would get up real quick on my knees, stack another sandbag and lay back down. Take another shot, stack another sandbag. And so Staff Sergeant Kroll, the one that had been there and done that, our platoon sergeant, he comes over, and always cool as a cucumber. He's like, "Hey, Carpenter, how's the sunbathing going up there?" I'm like, "Pretty good, Staff Sergeant, just hanging out, another day in Afghanistan." And he's like, "Hey, sun's about to be down." And important note, the Taliban does not fight at night because they know we have night vision capability, and they don't want any part of that. And so he said, "Hey, sun's about to go down. Like, when this guy chills and you get a break, jump off the roof real quick, and we'll finish building this in a few minutes when the sun goes down." So I waited for a break. I grabbed my saw, and I just ran. It was probably a 10-foot roof, and I just ran and just sprinted off. Like, I invented parkour before it became cool. And so I hit the ground pretty hard, but got off the roof. Probably 40 seconds after I got off the roof, a rocket comes in, vaporizes the whole corner of the roof, all the sandbags that I had been sitting there getting shot at to put up, and completely destroys that post position.
Wow. Holy shit.
So that part of the story is not only gives context to how bad the fighting was, but it also tells you that we lost one of our two main post positions. So that night continues. We're filling sandbags. The few that we have left, we're filling those all night. Next day comes, the day that I was hit. I remember hearing an attack, AK-47s, at around 7:30, 8 o'clock that morning. And they always attacked at sunrise. And I remember rolling over and unzipping my sleeping bag and thinking, okay, here we go again, another day in Afghanistan. And that's the last thing I remember until later that afternoon when I was on post. Now, again, we stay on post for 4 hours at a time. And up until that post got destroyed, we had a Marine in each one. But when you lose a whole set of eyes on one side of the compound, the best we could do was put 2 Marines on the remaining roof and sandbag position. So obviously we might not be able to see everything going on that we might have with the other post, but at least we have 4 eyes instead of just 1 Marine on this roof. So we're trying to make do with what we had. The Marine that was up there with me, my best friend, an amazing Marine, Nick Eufrazio, he was a junior Marine like me. It was both of our first combat deployments, but he was just so squared away. like always the one volunteering to help, to do anything, to do working parties. And it says a lot about him that if Sergeant Stinson wasn't our point man on all the foot patrols every day, Nick led us. So as a Lance Corporal on his first combat deployment, he was leading a squad of Marines that 70% of them had already been to Iraq multiple times. So he knew his stuff, and he worked really hard to be the absolute best Marine he could. So he was in my squad. We did every foot patrol together. And so we agreed that we would take post together on my shift that day. And so we're up there, and we had made it our entire 4 hours. So close to getting relieved that our 2 Marines that were relieving us were almost fully geared up to start climbing up the shaky bamboo ladder so we could come down. And because of the grenade attacks the day before and half Marine dark humor to get you through scary times during deployment, I half jokingly kind of asked, so what happens when a grenade comes up here? Because we had been going through all of the potential situations. Hey, if they attack from this alleyway, you'll do this, I'll do this. And we had my saw, we had an M4, we had like 3 or 4 weapons, and just so we didn't even have to worry about reloading, we could just grab another piece and start fighting. And so we were going through all these scenarios, not that it probably would have helped, but just maybe to have that 1 second jump on the situation. And so after we had been brainstorming for 10 or 15 minutes, and it was eerily quiet the entire 4-hour shift, which is even more weird because usually when things are about to pop off on deployment, once it gets eerily quiet and all the village people and Afghans go away, the attack comes shortly after. But it was kind of rare to have no people in the village and complete silence for 4 hours. So I was thinking, okay, we're either getting really lucky with no fighting this afternoon, or they've set up something good and it's coming at any moment. So I said, hey, Nick, what happens when a grenade comes up here? And he said, my ass is off this roof. And I said, dude, I'm right behind you. Next thing I remember, I felt like I got hit really hard in the face. My vision was as if I was looking at a TV with no connection. It was just white and gray static. My ears were ringing extremely loud, just as they are this very moment that we're sitting here. And immediately, the most extreme confusion had set in. And the first thing I did, like any good Marine, I tried to push myself up and shake it off because I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know if it was like not that bad and I just like got hit in the wrong way or wrong spot or something. But I tried to push myself up and shake it off, and that's when I realized I could not feel any part of my arms from the shoulder down. And that's when the deeper confusion set in, and I'm trying to work through like what is going on. And I first thought, okay, I'm pretty sure I was in Afghanistan. I'm pretty sure I was on a roof, but then I was like, what could have injured me this bad on a roof? So I thought maybe I got off of the roof, went on a foot patrol, stepped on an IED, and the roof is just the last thing I can remember. And those thoughts were interrupted by what I thought was my buddies messing with me and pouring warm water all over me. Keep in mind, I was very confused and disoriented. So I'm thinking, warm water, like what is up with this? And that's when it clicked. And that piece kind of allowed the other ones to fall into place. And I realized that it wasn't warm water, that whatever happened was causing me to profusely bleed out. And I realized that that feeling I was having was blood. And so, although I weirdly, I remember all of this after, but I don't remember anything before. I don't remember seeing the grenade, hearing it, thinking about it, nothing. So that final piece of feeling the blood loss, I knew or realized very quickly that that was it, and that my final moments were upon me. And so I thought about my family, specifically how devastated my mom was going to be when that government car pulled into the driveway or she got that knock on the door. And after that, I said a quick prayer for forgiveness for anything I had done wrong. And I faded from consciousness and the world for what I thought was the last time. To my very unexpected and pleasant surprise, those were not my final moments, thankfully. And I woke up 5 weeks later at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. At the time, it was Bethesda. But I woke up 5 weeks later. First thing I remember when I opened my only eye that I have left was bright red Christmas stockings that my mom had hung, decorating my room for the holidays. I still didn't know what had happened, but instead of being on a hot, dusty rooftop in Afghanistan, there was probably 3 or 4 inches of snow outside on my window of my hospital room that I didn't even know where I was or, what was going on.
Man, that's wild.
Yeah.
So taking a few steps back, what did happen?
Well, now, many, many years later, it was concluded from a 256-page investigation and a 2-year investigation done by the Department of Defense and the Marine Corps and a forensic investigative unit that I covered/shielded the hand grenade that was thrown at me and Nick for him.
Have you, where was he when that happened, or do you know what the specifics were?
Not in the second before it detonated, but from what I remember and how we were that whole 4 hours, because a lot of our sandbags had been vaporized by that rocket that came in the night before, we only had X amount left, and it was just enough for us to kind of halfway lay down behind. We couldn't sit up all the way because we had exposed ourselves. So we built the little half semicircle wall around us, and we put a couple behind our head so we could lay back almost like a little recliner and still be up enough to be able to see out into the village, but we were also down enough to protect us. And he was right up against my left side. The only props I'll give him was they had a good arm or good aim, because it had to have landed. Because when you pull the pin on a grenade and let it fly, on the best day you have 3 or 4 seconds before it goes off.
Yeah.
So for them to throw it had to have been in close proximity, but for them to have thrown it with that time that took, and it landing, probably rolling or doing something a little bit, it had to have been close. So after this, I'll show you a picture of the M4 I was holding, but it looked like a M4 made of butter, and you hit it with a grenade. Because there's no upper receiver left. There's holes blown through the magazine. I mean, even the thickest parts of the lower receiver around the trigger and all that, like there's, I mean, massive holes where the shrapnel went through. I mean, it completely melted and vaporized it. So if I had to guess, because any of the heavy weapons like the saw that we had up there might have even had like a 240, you know, you can't just whip those around sitting down in 1 second. So I had another squad leader's M4. So if I had to guess, only because of that investigation, there is a picture of the remainder of my M4 or his M4 that I was holding. If I had to guess from the damage done to it and my body armor, because they said my SAPI plate and body armor was completely vaporized, like my tourniquet was completely melted on. Because of that, I would think that maybe I saw it, rolled over, and put the M4 on it to create more of a buffer with it under my body armor. So 2 kind of layers. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of crazy when the whole world wants to know about the only 5 seconds you can't remember.
Yeah.
And that kind of bothered me in the beginning, but I've very much evolved into just being thankful that I even survived. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
You know, what I did or how it happened. Like, I'm just thankful we both survived and have the chance to continue living and figuring life out. But it used to frustrate me that I couldn't, but now I'm just thankful and you know, I don't care. It's like, okay, sorry, I got hit by a grenade and don't remember a few seconds. Like,
Yeah.
sorry.
Put it on my tab.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he doesn't remember anything either then.
No, he received more of the traumatic brain injury side of things. But we are both in a much better position, you know, because he absolutely got injured. But we're both just in a much better position than we were in those early days.
Sure. Yeah, that's just incredible to hear you kind of go through that. Do you know what the rest of your platoon did or squad after that happened? Like now, do you know kind of how they handled it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I waited many years to get all the details because some of the ones that, you know, rolled me over when I was still smoking and that were covered in my blood and that saw most of my face blown off, you know, obviously, even though I'm still here, that has to be difficult. And, you know, it wasn't essential that I knew all the details the second I woke up. So I waited some time and then we talked about it. But, yeah, they rushed up to me on the roof and they knew that it was a blast, not only because you can just see and tell when a blast compared to a bullet comes in, but a big piece of the forensic evidence. And what happened was, because I was on top of the grenade and kind of sandwiched it in between the roof, you know, with physics and with a blast and energy, it takes the path of least resistance. So if you just threw a grenade on a roof and it blew up, it might make a little dent or whatever, make a little area that you can tell it went off. But 98% of that grenade, the shrapnel, the force, all of that will just blow out into the air because that's the path of least resistance. When it went off, it blew a hole and caused a crater to break in the roof. And, you know, for people listening, these roofs have been there, you know, maybe for 100 years, since biblical times. So they're about as hard as concrete. So it cratered the roof in and it blew a hole through it and blew down. Thankfully, all the shrapnel and all that was absorbed, but just the air and the force blew down into the room below onto, ironically, my corpsman and the other Marines that were sitting in there. They didn't get hurt, but they knew that an explosion had gone off in the roof above. And before I get to kind of what they did, in the immediate aftermath, that was a huge part of the forensic investigation, that hole in the roof, because there's just no way physically that could have happened without having a denser / heavier force on top of that grenade to cause it to blast down like that. And so immediately my Marines started rushing up to me. And when they got to me, they rolled me over. I was still smoking. And they said they grabbed my right arm, which was the most damaged. It was fractured in 30 places. They grabbed my right arm, and they said they grabbed it and did 2 full rotations to get it back to lay normal. But after that, I wasn't breathing, and they thought there's no way there's any chance he survived. So they immediately went to Nick to start treating him. A few moments later, it was time to get us both off of the roof. And so they were going to get me off first. And so 1 or 2 of my buddies grabbed me, and we had a guy that was with us. His last name was McLaughlin. And I actually ran into him in Destin like 2 years ago randomly at like this little beach bar. But McLaughlin, he's like 6'6", 6'7", I don't know. And so he could reach up and be, a foot or 2 from the top edge of the roof that we were on. And thankfully he was with us, because I don't really know, with that shaky bamboo ladder that could only hold 1 Marine at a time, how they would have got us off. But anyway, they decided to get us off the roof because, the attack came and they're getting shot at and trying to treat us. Thinking I was dead, they rolled me over to the edge of the roof and off to McLaughlin to catch me. And when they rolled me over, I guess it allowed like the blood and my teeth that had been blown into my throat to come loose and fall out. And I started coughing and breathing. And of course they're like, fuck, he's alive. Yeah. And sorry, McLaughlin, because he told me that all that blood and everything that was in my mouth just went all over his front and face and whatever. But he's like, I grabbed you. Like, there was no way I was letting go for anything in the world. And they got us down. And, the next hour is just the most incredible, storyline of events. And take me out of it. Just insert any casualty. You get injured, your Marines immediately, for any casualty, start helping you to keep you alive or stop the bleeding, whatever it is. And they immediately got me on the ground, and they said it was like an assembly line. Everyone was just dumping combat gauze out of their packs, and there was 3 or 4 Marines just stuffing every hole, shrapnel hole, injured limb on me. And this is how bad my injuries were. My worst injuries were my face. And that was where most of my surgeries and reconstructive came in the hospital. But it shows how bad my injuries were from the neck down, because I had holes blown in my carotid, in my neck, and there wasn't 1 drop of blood coming out of it. And so, and this is how great all Navy corpsmen are, but how great our Navy corpsman was. We had so many casualties throughout that deployment. He had run out of tubes to trach people with. And so I will never not be mind blown by this. But he told me, he's like, I was getting ready to cut my Camelback tube to just get you an airway. I'm like, how did you think about that? And so, but just, great people and great corpsmen. But so they get me on the ground. They're like, have this assembly line of combat gauze going to stop the bleeding. They call in the medevac, and Pedro picked me up. So for those not familiar, there's, at least at the time in Afghanistan, there's 3 medevac units. We work heavily with the British, and their call sign or their nickname is Tricky. Army medevac unit, their nickname is Dust Off, and Air Force is Pedro. So Air Force, pararescue jumpers, and medics and PJs, Pedro picked me up. But it's really incredible because there could be 1,000 enemy with guns pointed right at this helicopter. And no matter how bad it is, what the situation, they will fly straight into that battle, straight into the fog of war. They will land, and they will not think about leaving or taking off until that last casualty is loaded on. And so from the time I got hit, and this is deep in enemy territory, way out in the middle of nowhere, Afghanistan, I got picked up. Well, I got hit. I got taken care of by my guys. The medevac got called in. The medevac came in, picked me up, kept me alive, and got me to the hospital in like 27 minutes.
Man, that is incredible.
And so obviously well under that golden hour. And the golden hour is if you can get a casualty to a treatment facility or under, really good, thorough care in an hour or less, it shoots your chances of survival up by like 97%. And so they did an amazing job. And I don't want to jump too far, but just a kind of side note, in addition to this story, I spent many years trying to track my medevac crew down. And finally, a few years ago, I did that. And not only were probably half of them still in the military, and a nonprofit, the Semper Fi Fund, paid to fly the rest of them that had got out of the military since in. And all the ones that were still in were still medevac crew. They were all still stationed together and operated together at Nellis Air Force Base outside of Las Vegas. And not only that, but I took my mom and, we went, and I got to spend pretty much the whole day with them, just hanging out, talking, learning about their perspective of things. And we're sitting there, and I'm, pretty much telling them, I don't know what you tell or say to people who save your life and give so much for others, but, thank you. And we get more in a conversation, and they say, I don't know if they surprised me or they kind of made a pretty cool intro. And they said, not only are we here for you, but the bird that we picked you up on is out in the hangar. So I got to go out there, get on the bird that's picked me up and helped save my life, and get off on my own terms. And I met the whole crew down to the guy that it's his job to wash the blood out of the birds and clean them up after the casualty runs. Oh. And my pilot was named Kyle. I'm like, what? This couldn't have been scripted any more perfectly. But yeah, with that said, I don't know if that day or those events will ever be any less crazy or comprehensible. It's like part of my journey, but it's also like a weird, kind of parallel, not real moment almost. And, I said that everyone wants to know about the few seconds. What was I thinking? Why did I do that? And for years, everyone from friends to family to reporters to random people, same questions. How did you do that? Why did you do that? What were you thinking? And although I couldn't remember, as it began to frustrate me that I kept getting asked these same questions and I had no answer pretty much, I still had to grapple with that question. And I started to think about it over and over. And after time, I realized that I was asking myself from a first person perspective, like they were asking me. So I started saying, how did I do that? Why did I do that? And after years of thinking about it, I had this light bulb moment, and I realized that, yes, that story is part of my journey. But that moment of stepping up to help someone around me and try to save someone around me is done by people every single day. People that have served, people that have never served a day in their life, people that drown trying to save others from drowning, the teachers that barricade their classroom doors from school shooters. And I realized that it's not really an I story. It's the beauty of the human spirit. And I realized that you never know, whether it's a hand grenade or something so small, just putting your arm around somebody and asking them how they're doing or are they okay. You never know how, when, or to what capacity you're going to step up and at times, even in the smallest ways, be, a life-saving hero for someone else. So I'm thankful that, I spent those years being frustrated and thinking and working through that, because I knew, those questions would always be there for as long as I'm living in the recipient. And so I wanted to think of something. I knew that Marines, a lot of our training and what we go through at Parris Island as Marines is not even actually training. It's a lot of it is just being told the history of the Marines that came before us. The Marines at 17, 18 knew that they probably were not going to make it even out of the landing craft, much less onto and past the beach, on those islands in World War II, D-Day, Normandy. But they charged for it anyway. The Marines that covered grenades for their fellow Marines in Vietnam. So you hear all of these things and stories and our history and traditions and heritage and all of that, and it just, it makes you want to be courageous and brave. And that coupled with, the human spirit element of it that you can never predict and that you can never fully articulate. I'm on one hand super surprised at what I did. On the other, I'm not, because I know other Marines would have done it for me. And again, it was just the most drastic way to learn. You never know, how or when or to what capacity you're going to step up. Because if you had asked me 5 minutes before, I would like to say yes, but I have no idea if I would ever do anything like that. I don't think anyone does until the moment. So, I would have never said confidently, with half confidence, that I could have done that. I think we all hope so, but it's just, it's sometimes the most beautiful lessons come from the most difficult of moments and times.
Yeah, there's no two ways about that. Are you at a point in your life where if you knew of a way to uncover that 5 seconds, would you do it, or are you at a point where you wouldn't want to at this point? Let's say hypnosis, or something like that gave you an ability to reach into your subconscious and watch that 5 seconds. Would you do it?
I wouldn't be opposed, but I'm at a good place. I'm settled. I've accepted everything. If anything, the only thing that I've ever really been upset about is the fact that I couldn't take every bit of it, for Nick. But I've always just tried to stay comforted in the fact that, I feel like, just like in boot camp, I feel like I gave my best effort. And so knowing that, I think I would just let it lie. But, I don't think it would bother me to.
Yeah. So with Nick, where is he at now as far as his recovery and what he's dealing with?
He's in Plymouth, Massachusetts with his family. And, again, just still like all of us who've had mental or physical injuries from our time in service and deployments around the world, we'll always be recovering to some extent. But again, I'm just so thankful that, he is alive and, able to be with his family again like I am. And, we just, have a whole life to, enjoy, and one that we were both very close to never experiencing.
In the aftermath of recovery, so when you first woke up and that subsequent, is that 3 years that you spent there?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, 3 years is a long time. So if you can kind of synopsize, the version that best fits the time frame we're working with, I guess, what that was like. And I guess my biggest question is, were there times during that process where you kind of wanted to give up? Like, were there ever times where you're like, fuck this? Or did you maintain a pretty gratitude-filled perspective on her? Like, how did that work?
Well, it was obviously a long journey. It's tough to be told that you have 2 to 3 years to have to stay here for us to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. But there's no better place that I could have recovered. To be taken care of, not just by some of the best doctors in the world, but also those that wear the same uniform as you. They care about you beyond being a physical patient. It's really a family kind of affair and mentality. So it was an amazing recovery. When I first woke up, obviously in very, very bad shape, and those first few weeks and months was more just focusing on trying to stay breathing, trying to keep pain under control. And I would say to try not to get overwhelmed, but when you realize and you're told how long you have, I'm thankful that I think it was so overwhelming that I just reverted to only being able to take it a day at a time, physically and mentally. So it was always, okay, I have therapy tomorrow. I have my next surgery in 2 weeks. And at first, surgeries were multiple times a day. Then they were every few days, every week, every other week. And then my kind of normal or average routine for about a year and a half was maybe a surgery a month, therapy, build back up after that. And a lot of those surgeries was facial and oral reconstruction, which is amazing that they can do all that, but it's also very tough because everything they do to rebuild your face and mouth and bone grafts and all of that to eventually hopefully get teeth back in there one day, everything builds upon the next. So you have to first have, in the very beginning, they just have to put everything back together and hope that your bone naturally starts to find other bone and fuse together and start growing. If that happens, great. That's a good start. But then you have to get the tissue grafts. And then after the tissue grafts, you have to get, your lips separated because they sew everything down because they just want you to heal first. And then they'll worry about cutting you back open and stuff later. And then all of these steps. And so that was a long, tedious process. And, other things that took a while, they took a nerve out of the back of my left leg and implanted it in my left arm. And you have to sit there for 3-4 months because nerves, a significant nerve deficit or damaged area is 3 centimeters. And if you get 5 or more, your chances start to drastically go down that nerve will regenerate that amount of space. But 5 millimeters, that's nothing. So for 3 or 4 months, I would sit there and I would have to do my exercises and look at my hand and focus on a nerve that was trying to regrow and reroute to do something different, and just stay true to that course and just keep hoping and staying optimistic that it would take. And then 3 or 4 months after the surgery, I'm randomly sitting there watching TV and bam, my hand shoots up. And that, once it connected, it's never been any worse or any better.
Wow.
So just things like that. It's just a long process. You can't just, okay, I want to do all 40 of my surgeries in the next month and just get them over with. And so, it was a long journey, but through many, long, dark, and kind of painful nights, through that, at times you're forced, but then you come to learn how to continuously search for and find those silver linings in any situation, as faint as they are.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, oh, well, look how, banged up I am, or like I'm changed for life, whatever it is, you can also look at it as, hey, I'm still here.
Mm-hmm.
I still have my legs. A lot don't. I still have at least one eye. Vision has never been really difficult for me, but it is scary. When you have 2, it's much more comforting. If something happens, you're still good, but to have one, but then also think about, a grenade went off in my face. I'm just thankful to have one.
Yeah.
And so you just start looking at things differently. And I learned a lot of perspective, probably more than I would learn in a normal, comfortable lifetime, if nothing this extreme would have happened. And so I learned so many amazing lessons, and I had a great recovery. And out of 3 years, I had one rock bottom moment. And I had got off all of my life-saving machines, and thankfully I was kind of on my feet and starting my journey of really healing. Because once you can stand up and get out of the bed and move around, you start to heal exponentially faster.
How long was it from the time you got there until you could actually get up out of bed?
2 months, maybe a little less. But my initial inpatient period was 3 months. I got out like last day of February of 2011. At that time, there were so many casualties at Walter Reed, unfortunately, that there was nowhere for me to move into outpatient. So they were building this new, big, amazing Wounded Warrior housing complex, but that wasn't going to be open until September. So from March to September, it was agreed upon by my family, my medical team, and the Marines who were in charge of me at Walter Reed that I could go home and recover to South Carolina if I continued to do 2 hours of therapy every day at a local hospital. And every other week, my mom drove me back up to D.C. to do a surgery. Wow. And that's what we did for about 6 months until I moved back up to Walter Reed permanently in September. And I'd only been home for a couple of weeks, if that. And I'm sitting there in the kitchen. It's probably 9 or 10 at night of my home in South Carolina. My mom's in the other room, in the living room. And I decided to attempt to be a big badass Marine and make myself a bowl of cereal, okay, which was a monumental task at the time. I hadn't had any of the nerve grafts. My hands and wrists hung really bad. No use of my arms really, no teeth on the whole lower part of my mouth, and nerve damage all through my face. So I couldn't even really feel how or where I was eating. And so I'm in the kitchen. I finally get this bowl of cereal made, and I'm sitting there eating it. And with every bite, I'm just being defeated. You know, a few months ago, I was in the best shape of my life, toting a machine gun through Afghanistan, and now I can't even eat a bowl of cereal. And also, it was the first moment really since joining the Marine Corps that it was just quiet, and it was me, myself, my thoughts in this new body that I was in. And instantly, I completely broke. Instant from going good. And you know, when things happen in life, you always try to be strong for those around you. And I think just in that moment, I was away from the hospital, and all the people were relying on me to keep breathing and getting better. And I just completely crashed. And my mom ran in thinking something had happened. And, I started crying, and I said, "Look at me, who's ever going to love me again?" And it was obviously a very tough moment, but I'm thankful for it because, as I sat there and, was crying and being all down on myself, I also kind of had a moment of realization, and I realized that, I just asked myself this crazy, impossible to answer question that was probably just dramatic, but I was, probably a legitimate concern at the time because of how busted up I was. But it was a question that I might not have the answer to for 10 more years. And I was so down on myself. And so I just realized in that moment, like, okay, the past is truly the past. There's nothing I can do to change what happened, to get a second back, to erase it, nothing. And I realized that me in that moment, and anyone in life, when you get knocked down, which, surprise, surprise, you're alive and living, so you will. Those moments when you get knocked down, you can either get up and take that small step forward, can be shaky, unconfident, uncertain step forward, or you're going to sit at that kitchen counter for the rest of your life. And so, I'm thankful that I kind of had that realization sooner than later because, it helped me to realize that every moment I could spend looking back on something I can't even change was taking away from my future self of getting better, of healing, of figuring out this new body in life. And so that was a very kind of powerful, moment and lesson for me. And now that small step, is taking me all over the world, skydiving, writing a book, podcast, crossing the finish line of 3 marathons. And, it's just from that moment came probably the greatest lesson of my entire journey. And that is that the smallest of steps completes the grandest of journeys. And that is 1,000,000% true. Even if you're looking at one day and you're like, man, I got to do this thing for work, or I got to get this podcast ready. You have to do the small steps. You have to stay the course. It's okay to have down moments. It's okay to, doubt yourself at times. It's okay to fill in the blank on any negative stuff, but have your moment and then follow that up with a realization of I can only move forward and get better. And, life is worth everything we've got. So it's a complete disservice to your life and to your time if you're not taking advantage of every single moment. And, hopefully you never go through what you think are your final seconds in life. But, take it from me that when the lights go out, they're out. And it's beyond a darkness. It's the most non-existent void. And, not to scare anyone, because that's what makes life beautiful. The unexpectedness of it, the fragility of it, the fact that we know that with every second that passes is one we can't get back and one closer to the end. Like, that's heavy and scary stuff, but it also allows us to, harness the full potential that life has to offer. And, from a lot of those very difficult times and moments and, challenges throughout my recovery also led me to, these lessons that now, when I speak to people, I'm thankful that I can tell them, because again, what I had to go through, I feel like it expedited like 50 years of kind of
wisdom.
Wisdom and normal life lessons.
Yeah. That's such a profound moment and experience. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing. One question I had just in hearing you talk about all of the surgeries and things that you've been through, like right now, right here as you sit, are you in pain in some places?
No.
No?
It's kind of hard to believe, but again, I had a great recovery, great doctors, great love from my family and friends and fellow Marines. And, I've just, from the moment I sat up in bed and kind of stood up and took that first step, I've always tried to stay moving, and I stay super active now, whether it's, hiking, running. I've actually kind of got away from just conventional gym time, and I mix up other activities, just to kind of stay diverse. And, I can't be just throwing weights around all the time with my injuries. So, I've adapted workouts, but now I do lightweight, a lot of reps. But, instead of going to the gym 4 days a week, I'll go to the gym 1 or 2 days a week, run one day, go on a hike one day, might go mountain biking one day or whatever it is. But no matter what, I try to stay moving. I try to stay interested about the world and people around me and new experiences. And, I love traveling. So, kind of all of that and just staying busy. Thankfully, I believe more and more every day that a body in motion tends to stay in motion.
Yeah. Are there any specific physical limitations you have that are like big picture things, or are you pretty well back to normal?
Buttons are my biggest enemy. Yeah. But
go with some snap shirts.
Yeah, but little stuff, buttons. Sometimes with depth perception, dude, I just joined a kickball team, and it's way more terrifying than Afghanistan. When you get kicked a moonshot and you're working with 2 grenade hands and 1 eye, it's like a depth perception nightmare. But just little stuff that doesn't really, I'll wake up 30 minutes earlier than anyone else would, because it takes me 15 to 20 minutes to button my shirt and to get a tie on and stuff. But buttons, I miss like really throwing football and baseball in the backyard and stuff, which I can do easy, but just with my face and vision, I just take it really easy. But, I just miss a good hard game of backyard football and typing. Try to write a book, which is probably why it took me 2 years, but typing with 1 or 2 fingers at all times goes a little slower than before I was injured. But other than a few very minor, things, putting my straw a little too far forward or putting it before the cup and missing it by an inch or two. But, if those are the only thing I have to complain about after what happened, I'll take it all day long. And it's more just funny. I don't really even care, because it might have frustrated me a time or two, but now it's like, again, perspective. everything's about perspective. And I probably hit on this more than anything else, but it's really all about how you look at things and how you make an effort to see the world and people around you. And, I can get frustrated by a few buttons, or I can say, I'm so thankful that I have my hands and my arms and that I'm even cognitively here enough to be able to get in a suit and to go spend time with people. So I'm ultimately, you'll never hear me complain. I'm just so thankful.
Yeah. Are you able to drive?
Oh yeah.
Does it mess with you that way? That perception with the one eye, like being able to do certain things driving?
No, only like very, thankfully, no one get worried, but only like very little stuff does it. And depth perception and my vision is actually, comes way behind my hands or any other concerns. Nothing important is impacted by my vision. So, obviously I take a little more caution changing lanes to the right. But blind spot technology and blind spot indicator systems are amazing and such a game changer. But, maybe my mom and parents and wife would not agree, but I feel like I'm a little careful when I do stuff.
Yeah.
But you can only be so careful when, you're downhill mountain biking at like 40 miles per hour and you're at 8,000 feet, and every single turn you kind of wipe the sweat off like, wow, I can't believe I just didn't crash and kill myself right there. So
always pushing the envelope.
Got to.
Yeah. I am curious from the actual ceremony and finding out that you were receiving the Medal of Honor. What was that process like? And how did you feel about it, I guess? I mean, I've interviewed a few recipients, and there's obviously everybody has their own experience. I'm curious as to when you found out, like, was there any part of you that was like, what, like me? But that doesn't even make sense. Like, was there some of that, or like how did you kind of rationalize the whole thing?
Well, I never took it seriously, even when the Marine Corps started kind of pinging me, just, hey, where you at in life? What's going on? I never took it seriously just because of how difficult it is to get. I mean, even to get a combat action ribbon, we had to fill out a little piece of paper after our first firefight in Afghanistan that said we got shot at by the enemy, we returned fire, our commanding officer signed off on it, and bam, we could rate to wear a car on our uniform. So if I'm getting shot at for 7 months and I have to still fill out a little piece of paper, it's just awards and things like that, unfortunately, don't happen, I don't think, near as much as they should. And so I never really took it seriously, first and foremost. And also, early in the hospital, one of my buddies called me and he said, hey, we were there with you. We know what you did. We saw it. And, we're gonna send it up for you to receive the Medal of Honor, like whatever we can get closest to that. And being half drugged up, not really caring about anything that wasn't in my next 3 years of recovery, I just, said thanks. I appreciate it. It meant a lot that they cared. But it in one ear, out the other, dismissed it. Fast forward a few years, I got done in the hospital and recovered I medically retired from the Marine Corps and left Walter Reed July of 2013. And I had used my last 6 months in the hospital to do a couple of internships around D.C. I did one on Capitol Hill, and then I got my top secret clearance, and I did one in a counterterrorism agency, which was incredible. And through those internships, because I had completed my recovery, I was just waiting on all my paperwork for retirement to come back. So while I was doing those internships for like 6 hours out of the day, 3 or 4 days a week, I was also bringing a tutor into Walter Reed to get me ready for my next step in life and transition, which was going to be going to college. I had already gone through the long and kind of difficult process of, hey, do I want to get out of the military, quote unquote, hang the uniform up? But I felt like I had joined to give my life and body to a bigger purpose. And I felt like I gave my best effort, and getting injured to the extent that I did, I felt like I had done my part. I wish I could have been in longer than just a couple years before it happened, but I was content. And so I decided at that point, and especially knowing that I would always have my Marine connections and those that I recovered with, I was comfortable enough and confident enough to make that next step. So I decided to get out. And a week after driving out of the gate of Walter Reed, I moved into my little one-bedroom apartment in Columbia, South Carolina, and started as a freshman at the University of South Carolina. I had been there in school. I was halfway through my sophomore year when I was halfway through my freshman year, and that November of 2013, I went back up to D.C. to go celebrate the Marine Corps birthday ball with a bunch of the Marines that I recovered with. And at that ball, there was, at the time, she was a captain, but her name is Kendra Motes, and she was kind of assigned to kind of catch up with me and fill me out, see where I was at in life. And at the ball, she said, hey, before you fly out tomorrow, can we grab coffee in the morning? I'm like, yeah, sure. And so we sit down for coffee, and she says, listen, the Marine Corps is very much into investigation around your actions and that day and what occurred. And at first, that meeting and the month or so that followed, it was very much just, hey, how's school going? Like, what's going on in life? Things like that. And she was just letting me know, like, hey, this thing is still going, but no one knows where it's at. Like, okay, well, thanks for all the info. And it's important to note that years before this, early on in the hospital, I got a call from a Chief Warrant Officer 5. Chief Warrant Officer Reeves, he calls me, and I'm outside of base. It's like 7 at night, and I'm eating at a Mexican restaurant in downtown Bethesda with a couple buddies. I get this weird number, and I answer, and he says, hey, this Chief Warrant Officer Reeves, I've been assigned by the Marine Corps to be attached to 2-9 for the duration of your investigation into your actions that day. And I'm just calling as we kick this off to see what you remember. I said, well, I appreciate it, sir. Like, thanks for all, the hard work you're going to do, but there's nothing I can tell you that will help you. I said, I don't remember anything. And he said, well, no matter what happens, we are proud to have you in 2-9, and it's an honor to have served with you. I thanked him. We hung up. Fast forward years later, me and Kendra had coffee. Over the next couple months, the calls got more frequent. And right at the beginning of the year of 2014, a couple Marines came to my house, and they sat me down and my family, and they said, listen, we still don't know where this thing is at, but if it happens, we are going to be the team to prepare you as much as possible. And then came the hard part of the conversation where they said, we know school's important, and you've kind of moved on from the military, and this is what you're focused on right now. But if this is going to happen, and we're going to prepare you as best as we can, you're not going to be able to give school your full and best effort. And so I had I don't even know if I'd started classes yet that semester. So I thought about it, and I thought, okay, there's that withdrawal period where after 3 weeks of a new semester, you have until then to drop your classes and you don't get penalized. And so I thought, okay, we have like a month and a half until this withdrawal date. I'm going to push it as far as I can to that point. And if I get word that the Medal of Honor is going to happen, which I still, until the president called me, I didn't think about it for 1 second. I was more just entertaining them. And I thought, okay, if I get the call or if we get any official word, then okay, I'll withdraw from classes and whatever, no penalty. If they call after the deadline, I just hope that the University of South Carolina will understand that the president called me and I'm going to be receiving the Medal of Honor. And so, sure enough, like, they called and they told me, and they came to our house a couple times over the next like month or two. And sure enough, they said, hey, finally, and this is after, a year and a half to 2 years of no one in the Marine Corps, not even the commandant, knowing where this package was, if it was even still going or a thing. And so sure enough, they called me like very beginning of February and said, the president's going to call you next Tuesday at, I think it was like 1:19 p.m. And I was still holding out classes because I'm like, until I talk to this guy or the president, I'm not withdrawing. Because, I mean, imagine I withdraw, I lose a whole semester, and then it doesn't even happen. And so I go to class that day. I get out of class that morning. I drive home. It was about 30 minutes from the school to my house in Lexington. And we had checked my brothers out of school because I wanted everyone that had helped me and been there for me through everything there on the call. And sure enough, he called, and we talked for a little bit. And I hung up, and I went back to class. For some reason, I don't know, I was probably just in a daze. Like, did the president really just call me? But I went back to school, sitting in history class, thinking about the president just calling me. I withdrew from classes. The school understood, thankfully, because it was a few days or a week after the withdrawal deadline. And then the weirdness just increased because I couldn't tell anyone. I got the call beginning of February, and my ceremony wasn't until June, so that summer after the semester ended. But I couldn't tell anyone. So I would be in the Pentagon Monday through Friday every week, getting grilled by PR people, getting uniforms ready, doing all this crazy prep stuff, making like videos with the media team in the Pentagon that weren't going to be being shown for months. They were just holding on to them for the drop day and doing all this stuff. And then I would fly back on Thursday or Friday, link up with my friends and buddies for the weekend.
So you couldn't even tell them?
Tailgate all Saturday, be a normal student. And then I have to, oh yeah, finals. Yeah, they're killing me too. It's tough. And I hadn't been in classes for months. And so, finally, I think it got leaked to the papers or something happened. Surprise, surprise. And I'm sitting there with Kendra. She's in my living room, and her BlackBerry's just blowing up. She's like, oh no, someone leaked it. And my phone had been in the back bedroom charging. And, I probably had 200 text messages, like normal person, just low key cell phone. And I went back there, and it was melting hot. And even though it was on the charger, it was at like 4%. And it was like 700 text messages. Like people saying they're my cousin when they weren't, never even heard of them. Like, oh, Kyle, hey, hadn't talked in a while, just calling to check in, seeing how things are going. And just, man,
like you won the fucking lottery or something,
Yeah. So, but, it was a moment where my mom will say that it was very humbling to an unbelievable degree. but it was also a moment that was extremely heavy, because in that moment, and especially during the ceremony, you know, whether I wanted it or not, it was a moment that changed my life forever and impacted my life forever. Yeah. But, you know, I had my ceremony June of 2014. And at that point, you know, I was trying to figure my life out as a professional up-and-coming speaker, as a college student, as a, you know, still recovering. My skin grafts were still more red than skin color. So I was figuring out all of these things, and that just added a crazy new dimension and like amount on my plate. And so as time went on, when I really thought about it, you know, I knew in the ceremony and in that moment that it obviously wasn't my medal or my award, and the Medal of Honor will never be really an individual award. We are just the carriers of it for so many, especially those that didn't make it home. But as time went on, I really thought about it, and the perfect way to describe the Medal of Honor is a beautiful burden. And is extremely heavy. And you know, you think about it, and it represents Dakota Hughes, Zach Stinson, and those that gave so much, those Marines that were around me with their boots on the ground in Afghanistan, you and all your SEALs, and everyone that's given so much and raised their right hand for that bigger purpose. Then you think about the kids and the children of Afghanistan, the women that are stoned to death because, you know, their veil accidentally slips down and they, you know, show their face or their neck around Marines or Americans. The kids that were forced to, the Taliban put hand grenades in their hands and pretty much said, either you or throw it into the compound with the Marines. The kids that we found shot in the back and left for dead in dried out riverbeds because the Taliban thought that they might have told us where an IED was, because they just wanted to go to school and have shoes on their feet. And then you think about, you know, the generations, those in Vietnam, you know, that gave that last full measure of devotion in a place that most people can't even point out on a map. Those that not only gave that last full measure of devotion, but we still can't tell their families how or when they were killed, and they're still guarded by the tomb of the unknown soldier and resting in Arlington today unmarked because they never came home. Those in World War II that couldn't even get onto the beach because of the amount of bodies that were piling up. I mean, it's just no matter how long I live or how much I think about it, it will never get any less unbelievable or crazy. One, that I'm a recipient, one, of what the Medal of Honor represents, or one, the weight of just wanting to be the best Marine person and friend and Medal of Honor recipient that, you know, I can be for myself, but most importantly for all those that have worn the uniform that some rightfully should have, but, you know, most didn't receive the Medal of Honor. So I can only just hope to do the best with it that I can for all of those.
I see a recurring theme in, you know, in your perspective and your approach towards everything in your life, and it's just super respectable that you take that same consistent approach to everything of just trying to be the best version of whatever it is that you're talking about, and not bitch about it, and you know, I commend you for such a great attitude.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it really sets the example, which segues into kind of what you are doing now, and kind of the great work that you're striving to accomplish in subsequent years post recipient or post receival of the Medal of Honor.
Well, in the big picture and kind of lifelong mission and goal that I have is to make the greatest impact on the world that I can with the time that I have. And, you know, I got done with my recovery. I went to school. I earned my degree, which is the thing that I'm by far most proud of out of all my accomplishments. I received my degree in international relations in 2017. After that, I decided, hey, if I don't do it now, I might never write a book. And I wanted to write a book as a permanent way of saying thank you on paper to all of those that helped me along my journey, as a way to log all of the memories and stories and lessons that I had learned over the years, to not have to try to hold on to those and remember them for years to come, because there was just so much that I almost felt like I couldn't really completely move forward, not in an emotional healing type of way, which it was cool because I learned a lot about my journey from people that filled in the pieces and parts that I don't remember, that I was unconscious for. But, you know, I felt like the more I was just trying to remember all of the stuff that was piling up from my past, I couldn't completely move forward and focus on new things. And so I took 2 years and I wrote the book called You Are Worth It. And I'm just so thankful I did that. It was a great experience. You know, my only goal at the end was to, even if I had the option to change a word after it went to print, that, you know, I didn't even need to, or I didn't even want to. I accomplished that mission, and with a great team, I did it exactly how I wanted it done. And, you know, I gave enough context in that book to give just enough military side of my life to understand my journey and what happened. But most of the book is actually, I realized after years of interacting with people and going to events, I kind of had this light bulb moment where everyone was telling me when they would meet me, well, I was never in the military, but then they would proceed to tell me their own version of struggle. So I thought, oh, of course. Because I had thought about a book for years, but I didn't want to write a book specifically only revolving around combat. I wanted something that would transcend all boundaries and that anyone could pick up and not just understand and read, but take lessons from to apply to their own life. So when I realized all I got to do is tweak the terminology a little and anyone can understand it, because struggle is struggle, pain is pain, you know, heartbreak is heartbreak, and hopelessness is hopelessness. No matter how or where it comes from, those feelings are all the same, that everyone can relate to, that everyone's been through. And so that's the angle that I took. So I wrote the book, got done with my book tour right as COVID was creeping up. And as difficult as and weird as COVID has been, at least for that first year of really slowing things down, I am super grateful for that, because I was in a routine of just burning myself out over and over. I hadn't learned how to say no yet. I was just a yes man for any people or any events or organizations that tried to get me to come do something. A lot of times paying my own way to go do things, just hoping to kind of get my name out there as a speaker and try to get away from just Kyle the Marine. And so I was just so burnt out over and over and over. And I don't even know how I got my degree and made it through school. I mean, 90% of my schoolwork and my degree was done on a plane, in a hotel room, or sometimes in the hospital. And so when things slowed down for COVID, I finally, for the first time, really since before the Marine Corps, got a chance to rest my body and mind. And it gave me a chance to branch out and to start thinking or maybe doing other things that seemed to be maybe just for fun at first. So I started this amateurish YouTube channel just as like a positive, constructive way to use my time, COVID time, while resting and while doing this YouTube. You know, for so many years I thought, okay, how can I make the biggest impact on this world? Well, if I'm good at speaking or if that's going well for me, clearly the way to do it is naturally get better, keep working on it. And the bigger the groups, the more people and the more ears you can hit. But when COVID hit and I started doing this YouTube thing, I would post a video and the next day I would see someone from the other side of the world would comment on it. And, you know, I should have known this being the millennial that I am, but I thought, dude, of course, like with not just social media, but with the power of these like amazing, you know, digital platforms, if used the right way, can be a million times more, maybe not impactful, you know, because in person there is definitely something to say about that, and I will always keep that component to some extent in my life because I love being around people in person. But you know, for the goal of wanting to make an impact, I realized, you know, I can use so many other ways than just killing myself, flying to different places every few days to just try to speak to bigger and bigger groups. And so coming out of COVID, and I started thinking about the podcast game because thankfully I got introduced to being guests on podcast during my book tour. And I really, really enjoyed it. And that also came at a moment of getting super burnout from mainstream media interviews where they ask you how to save the world and they give you 10 seconds to answer. Yeah. I just got so tired of that. Then I got introduced to podcasts, and then COVID time all happened kind of around like the perfect storm. So coming out of COVID and about 5 months ago, I embarked on this podcast journey. And, you know, just like, you know, combat and joining the military, it's, you know, I spent almost a year every day thinking about it. You know, what's the mission of it? What type of guests? How will I, you know, just doing mock notes and trying to do anything I could to get prepared. And I realized that I got to a point where I just kept preparing on my preparedness. And it was just almost like I started going in a circle. And I realized that, hey, this is one of those things you can get about 80% prepared, and the other 20, you just have to send it. And you have to do it, and you have to learn while you do it. But with anything, and people need to know that if your heart's in the right place, if you believe in what you're doing and the mission, and you're prepared as possible, you know, nothing you do is going to be a complete failure. Like, it's going to take you somewhere good, and it's going to lead to something that you either expected that turned out to be better than you expected, or it's going to lead to something that you didn't even know was going to be within the realm of possibility. So I'm thankful that I did it because I absolutely love it. I love sitting down with people, learning new things, you know, talking to interesting people. And really that's just all it is an extension of my life and my views and my book of just trying to help people with, you know, with interesting guests, just try to help people in their own lives. But ultimately, I would say expand perspectives, even if that's just to a new job that you didn't know people were out there doing, or whatever it is, just to expand knowledge and perspective will ultimately make an impact on, my life already, but hopefully the world.
Yeah. No, I think it's a great purpose and reason behind doing it, for sure. And that's just called the Kyle Carpenter podcast, right?
Yes, sir.
Available on all normal podcast platforms, I assume.
I've seen some interesting ones out there, but I think I'm all on all the
all the main ones.
Main ones, yeah.
Yep. The book is You Are Worth It. And what else are you involved in? I saw in your bio you're involved in, or you're a member of an organization that seems pretty unique. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I serve I am a public speaker with a speakers bureau. So,
and is that mostly what you do?
Yes, professionally. But I would say 60-70% of what I still do is just completely out of the goodness of my heart for free because I want to help people or organizations. So there is that speaking component to my life. And I guess half personal, half professional. I serve on the board of 2 nonprofits. One is called Headstrong, and it helps veterans with mental health care, stigma-free, essentially paperwork-free, judgment-free. We just want to help you get better, and that they are doing and have done incredible things, and I'm just very humbled to be a part of it. And the other nonprofit that I serve on the board of is Wake for Warriors. It was started by an amazing human being named Dave Deep. He's a Marine Corps retired combat pilot, and he flew over 250 missions in an Apache in Iraq and Afghanistan. And he got out of the military and kind of got back to his roots of doing water sports and getting out on the water and enjoying, rightfully so, the entire retirement that he worked for. And now he flies for a major airline commercially, but in that kind of in-between transition phase, he just reconnected with the water and how much it helped him. And so now, over the past 10 years that he's built it, he's partnered with incredible companies like Nautique, Hyperlight, and all of these kind of water sport type companies and boats. And these amazing companies donate boats and gear. And I mean, these boats are like the Rolls Royces of boats. I mean, $250,000 to $400,000 boats, and they just want to be a part of the mission, and they donate. And Dave is, not only is he a master surfer, but he can get anyone up surfing. One leg, no legs, paraplegics. He's teamed up with this guy's. Long story short, he's teamed up with a few people, and they've built these super, amazing, adjustable seats that can be perfectly placed and adjusted for those with varying amputations and levels of paralyzation. And it's amazing. I'll send you a couple things after I leave here to look at. But yeah, it's just, Jason Redman, a fellow SEAL of yours, there's nonprofits out there, and they all kind of have their niche, whether it's water sports or jumping out of a plane. But, Jason Redman, he took me skydiving when I was in the hospital. And he just said, if you do this, jump out of a plane, it's going to show you, and you're going to feel that life that you still got and that you're not out of the fight. And so it's similar to that. If you can, you get knocked down in life, you're an amputee, you have all these injuries, whatever you're dealing with, even if it's mental, emotional, when you get up on a surfboard and you're riding that wave and you're doing something that just, you can't not feel life inside you. Or you jump out of that plane, as banged up as I was, no teeth, arms didn't work, had Miguel, my doctors, to sign a little permission slip saying, this idiot can go skydiving, even though he just got hit with a grenade. moments like that, if you can just hit that one spark of a moment, bam, it's like you realize, hey, I am still here. I'm still alive. I still got it. I can still adapt anything. That's another thing people need to realize. You can adapt anything. And so Headstrong, greatly helps mental health care, emotional health care, and a good balance. I like to do active, crazy things, and I love wake surfing. So I'm on those two boards and two different missions, but both very much helping veterans.
Yeah. That's awesome and amazing work. And, in hearing you describe, everything that you have going on and that you've done since you were hit, it's pretty crystal clear that you're just, your life is kind of built around, from a purpose standpoint, service and helping people. And it's just really inspiring. Again, my hat's off to you, and I have the utmost respect for everything that you've been through and everything you're doing. Is there anything else that you wanted to cover before we wrap up?
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate everything you said, but it's very humbling, sitting across the table from you and, people that have served and sacrificed and in ways that you have, and your fellow SEALs. So thanks for this opportunity. And on that note that you just said about, me serving others, I would just encourage people that if you, live your life so that when you reach those final moments, you don't wish for or need more time, because you lived your life accordingly. And ultimately, if you want to be at peace in those final moments, the way to live a truly fulfilling life is to serve others in whatever capacity that is, whether it's helping the local soup kitchen, serving in the military, or, whatever it is, being a teacher. To serve others is I think can fill in that gap that will be there and can only be filled in by serving and helping others.
Yeah. Amen. There's no better way to put that. So I appreciate it. Very, very good stuff. Any other comments before we wrap it up?
This was great, man. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. I know I've said it, but I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your busy schedule to come here, because it's been an absolute honor to have you sit down and be able to interview you. So thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah. For those of you listening, I appreciate your support. As always, if not for you guys tuning in show after show, we wouldn't be able to bring you such great guests like Kyle. So thank you for doing that. If you didn't enjoy it, as you well know, you can choke yourself. And until next time, this is Mic Drop. All right, so wheels up. Right, you get on the plane, you head over, and now you are boots on the ground in Afghanistan. And I got to take a piss, so we're going to take a quick break.
Perfect.